Josh Jecklin Detailing. So on today's video I have this 2000 something Ford Escape. It's pretty dirty, and I'll show you guys the befores and all that, but today I'm gonna do this video just straight on the GoPro, and I will try and do it as quick as possible. Alright, so the first thing I need to do, I noticed on this vehicle the floor mats are pretty dirty. So I'm going to tackle the floor mats and then I'll wash the car. So in today's video I'm going to be trying to so this video I'm just going to be doing a voiceover throughout the entire video, and I'm going to see how that works. I'll just be talking about all kinds of random stuff and whatever's happening currently in the detail. I'd like to do this while I'm detailing, but usually I'm so focused on detailing I don't ever think about talking into the mic. So the first part of this detail I might have explained it in the video, but the floor mats were too dirty to pressure wash. They had a lot of dog hair in them, so when the floor mats are like that, I usually pressure wash them and then they just end up looking bad, and as time goes on I just want to do better and better work. So now I put a little bit more effort into these floor mats and I pull the dog hair out before I pressure wash them. I was pulling out the dog hair after I pressure washed them, but I just don't really feel like doing it after. I don't know if it's necessarily harder, but I just don't like doing it after. I feel too crunched at the very end of the detail when other stuff is going on, so I'd rather just do it up front, get it out of the way, and then I don't have to worry about it after the fact, even though it's pretty slow. So yeah, I'm just going around right now with just the vacuum. I'm just bulking dirt, just trying to get most of the rough dirt, the heaviest dirt off of these floor mats so that I can pull them out of the vehicle. And then, just pressure wash them as is. And it's pretty dark in here right now. Don't worry about it. The rest of the vehicle isn't going to be dark like this. The rest of the video isn't going to be dark like this. I'll set up my lights. The only reason I didn't set up the lights right now is because I'm just doing the floor mats quick. So yeah. So this detail, it did end up taking me quite a while. I basically worked on this the entire day. It took me a little bit of extra time because I was filming, and I just was really trying to do a really high quality job on this one. This is a return customer. They brought me a few vehicles and they're going to keep bringing me more and more because they're really happy with the work. So I don't mind spending literally all day on this vehicle since they keep coming back and bringing me more vehicles, and they're also really chill about leaving their vehicles here. It's a company, so they're not really too specific on, we need our vehicle back, in a couple hours. Like most customers, they want their vehicle back right away. So I'm just really grateful that this client is able to leave their vehicle with me from first thing in the morning till first thing the next morning, and that really works out great for me. I get to make a YouTube video, and also I get to put a little bit extra water in the vehicle when I'm shampooing, so that since the vehicle is spending all night in the shop, it can have plenty of time to dry out. So that the stains come out as quick as possible. Right here I use degreaser first. And now I'm just going to put a foam on top of here so the degreaser stays as wet for as long as possible, and it can just really break down what the gunk in here and lift it up. So that's normally how I like to do floor mats. If they don't have pet hair in them, I just soap them up and then I pressure wash them. That first spray in the bottle that I have is the classic degreaser that I use on basically everything. It's 3D orange degreaser, and I basically use that on everything because I find that it's extremely powerful and it's super mild at the same time. So What I mean by that is that I haven't noticed that when I mix it at a 4:1 ratio that it doesn't tarnish any surfaces, but at the same time I don't really leave it on surfaces for very long for it to tarnish. I've learned my lesson in the past, and since then I'm just very careful about letting degreasers dwell on certain surfaces, especially painted surfaces and window tint. I try not to get it on window tint. More about the vacuum system that I just showed off there. It's 2 vacuums connected to each other. And the first vacuum is connected to the hose, and then the second vacuum is connected to the exhaust of the first vacuum. And it gives me a lot of extra suction power. The suction power is, maxed out. I would say it's a little bit too much. Sometimes it's hard to vacuum because the suction is too much. But it doesn't increase the overall wind speed of the vacuum, I noticed. I might prefer a higher wind speed in the vacuum than just overall suction power, because the vacuum's sticking too much to whatever type of surface that I'm vacuuming. But it works really good. I like it. I don't have any problems vacuuming anything up. And it works really great with that super long hose and that dust catcher setup. So with a super long hose like that and the dust catcher setup, you might find out that your vacuum doesn't work all that great anymore, because it takes more power to push air through that hose. The longer and longer the hose is, and by the end of it, if you have a really long hose like I do there, you might find that your vacuum doesn't have any oomph anymore, and so that's why I connected the 2 together, and it works out great. And as you can see here, this Tornador Max with the velocity attachment, it works pretty good at getting up most of the dog hair, and where it really excels is getting mud and sand out of carpets. Sand is really hard to get out of carpets, and this Tornador Max with velocity really does a great job at the sand and the carpets. I feel like since I use this tool that my carpets end up looking really great overall, because basically every single vehicle that I do is super bad because of the area that I'm in. It has a lot of sand, and you'll see that in some pictures of other detailers, not me. This velocity, it works really good because it uses the air like the Tornador, but I noticed that it rumbles and it vibrates. And that rumbling and that vibration and the air is enough to rattle and pick up the sand out of the carpets pretty well. Just like people that use a dual action polisher on the carpets, and you see them using that dual action polisher and all the sand vibrates to the top. This Tornador Max with velocity, it has the same type of effect, and I really like it. A lot of the times I feel that when I'm using this tool, I feel like it's too much sometimes, and I wonder, maybe I'm doing too much, maybe I could do a little bit less. Maybe I'm just causing myself headaches by using this tool, because it is a little bit clunky. But then I go back to trying to clean a vehicle with just a normal vacuum, and then quickly I run back to the Tornador Max because it just does a better job. It is annoying, and it's cumbersome, and it's big and bulky, and you need a good air compressor to run that velocity. But all those things, considering all those things, even though all of that stuff sucks, the quality of the work, the finished work with that velocity is just amazing. It really helps out. But I noticed I still struggle a little bit with dog hair. It really rips up dog hair super good, but dog hair that's been in the carpet for a long time, and the dog or people have been smushing that dog hair into the carpets, the dog hair gets woven into the carpets, and even the Tornador Max struggles a little bit, so I still got to use a pet hairbrush. And I like just using any rubber pet hairbrush. They work great. some of the metal ones and some of the other ones, I find that they're too aggressive and they damage carpets. So I have those tools, I just don't use them because I noticed right away that after I used them, it completely shredded up carpets, and you can't be doing that to customers' vehicles. And the rubber pet hair brush that I'm using right now is just really great. It pulls out the pet hair with the least amount of damage to the carpets. And I can't even remember where I got that pet hair brush from. Just some random company on Amazon, and it's worked great. It's lasted me quite a while. I have 2 or 3 of them, and they do wear out eventually. It's kind of like a pencil eraser, and after enough rubbing, the rubber just rubs away, but they last quite a long time. Basically, if you get 3 of those brushes, you should be able to do probably a couple hundred pet hair vehicles out of the 3 brushes before they're completely torn up and used all up and you have to get some more. So far, I'm really happy with this technique that I'm doing on this one. It's slower, it's not faster, it's definitely more of a quality style of workmanship. And I think over time it will pay off. I'll just keep charging more and more for my details and just really...
That was really annoying to have to do that to these floor mats before pressure washing them, but it was the right thing to do because these floor mats would not look good after pressure washing with the dog hair in. And I'll do the same thing with these carpet floor mats here. Just get some degreaser on them. This has a little more oomph than this carpet cleaner in here.
Once in a while,
I've got carpet cleaner in this IK,
but only if the customer says the right things, like it's super clean and it's a new vehicle, then I will do something quick and I'll try and hammer something out in 2 hours and, not charge as much. But most of the time I'm doing full details at my shop, regardless of the condition. And there are quite a few people that do have brand new vehicles and they are quite clean and they don't care. They want the full detail, they want the shampoo, even though you could almost get away with not shampooing it, but not always. Basically, any vehicle that someone's used, if they're looking for a detail, it usually needs a shampoo, or it could just do for one, a maintenance shampoo, and then the vehicle just stays in that pristine condition. So I'm watching this with you guys live right now, and I'm just doing, voiceover content for the video, and we'll see what I'm up to here. I'm doing the door jam. I'm going to be doing the door jams here. These door jams were super dirty, so I decided to use P&S Express Interior Detail as just like a pre-wash on here because there was some mud. So I just wanted to spray a little bit of Chem in here just to get the mud as soft as possible, and then so when I come back and pressure wash it, it just slides off as easy. A little bit of a pre-soak. I don't usually do that, but if I do.
There we go. These door jams are pretty nasty. I'll give them a quick little pre-soak here. This is just P&S Express Interior. Just something with a little bit of suds just to break up whatever's in these door jams so it comes off a little easier before I pressure wash them. They said this vehicle was pretty bad, and it is pretty bad, but it's not really bad. I see some really bad vehicles sometimes. And now I'm gonna do the pre-rinse on this vehicle here. I'm gonna wash the exterior. I usually have all this stuff filled up before I even start, but this morning I was messing around with a different, the same customer's other vehicle. So this is the second vehicle from the same customer. And in this foam cannon, I'm putting DIY rinseless wash in here. And as a pre-wash, I like it. I haven't tried using this as a rinseless wash yet because I just don't know. I don't know about that rinseless wash or waterless wash type of washing. I like the foam rinse, foam wash, rinse method. Pressure washer here. Oh, I didn't plug it in. Come on. Manual on off. See how much pressure it's hitting with? Oh, that's a lot. Is it too much for the foam cannon?
As for using it as a rinseless wash, I haven't gotten there yet. I don't get those kinds of vehicles, you know. And I'm not really comfortable doing a rinseless wash yet. It would have to be on something super clean, and I still like doing the foam cannon. I don't really believe in that rinseless wash method. I feel like I'm gonna scratch the vehicle, and I also feel like once the vehicle is too dirty, it turns into too much work to do a rinseless wash. You might as well just get out the foam cannon. I feel that I would say that all the real professional detailers out there are going to be doing the foam wash, rinse method, just to guarantee the best results on a full, deep detail on a vehicle that's dirty. Something that, you know, was just washed.
The thing I like about this product, it looks kind of cool when it runs down.
And then the owner came in and wanted it to be washed again, and it was still super clean. Maybe that I could see for a rinseless wash, but I don't know. Other than that, I think that rinseless wash is kind of pointless. These would, for vehicles in my area anyway, because the vehicles in my area are super dirty. You know, there's clean vehicles too, but if I was detailing a really nice clean vehicle, then I'd want to do a foam method anyway, because it's so much better. I'm a pressure washer and foam cannon guy all the way, for sure. Even if it takes longer, I just feel like it's a better quality job. And that's what I'm doing on this vehicle here. So that DIY rinseless wash, I seen some other detailer, they were looking up the ingredients that are in that product, and they said that the ingredients in that product are more like a all-purpose cleaner. You know, don't quote me on that, that's just what I seen another detailer talking about, and it seemed to be pretty legit. So what I do is I use the DIY rinseless wash, super strong in the foam cannon, so it gets used up like an APC. And yeah, that's just how I'm using it right there. I won't be buying that DIY rinseless wash again. I'm just trying to use it up until it's gone. And then after that, I think I might try that O&R rinseless wash in the foam cannon. Same thing again, just as a pre-soak. I'll have to look into that though, because I don't know if you can use that product in that manner, but I do kind of want it. I want that product in my 45-gallon drum there that vacuums up all the water. I want that in there so it separates the particles, because that's what that product does. It separates particles from water, and then all the particles settle to the bottom. And I noticed that once in this 45-gallon drum here with the DIY rinseless wash. I think I used a lot of that product this one time, and it separates it as well, not as much as the O&R, but it did separate it in that 45-gallon drum, and I really liked it because I could see all the dirt at the bottom of the drum, and then it was just clear water at the top of the drum. And then I I pump that out into the drain, as you're supposed to here. So all of the dirt was going into the all of the water was going into the drain and none of the dirt, so I wasn't worried about pumping too much dirt down my drain.
Whoa. Whoops, that wasn't me, obviously. That has something to do with this thing.
So that windshield wiper was really annoying there. Basically what happened was, all I did was lift it up. I barely even touched it and it popped right off there. Some of those wipers, they don't go on very good, and that's what was happening there. Even that second one that I touched and it seemed like it was on there, all I did was just barely touch it and it popped right off of there again. So both of those wiper blades weren't on there very good. And you see that sometimes when you buy wiper blades. Every company makes their design slightly different, and it might not match up to your wiper rods exactly. Wiper rods. Ooh, I had to grab a drink of water there. My mouth is getting dry from talking so much. This is going to be a long video, and I'm going to try and talk over the entire thing. I don't know how long this video is, but I think it's going to be about 3 hours long. Maybe even 4 hours. So, okay, back to this detail here. So, I'm cleaning out the tires right now, and they were pretty dirty. These are winter rims and winter tires. So if you're not from a cold part of the world and you don't have much winter driving, up here in Canada, basically in almost all parts of Canada, you need to have winter tires in the winter. It's actually a law, and they are special tires that drive on snow and ice really well. So if you do winter driving, this is going to sound really dumb because you know what I'm talking about, but there's some people that I think they don't understand what the winter driving's about. So these rims look really bad and these tires look really bad. Up here in Canada, we put on winter rims and tires so that our summer rims and tires don't get beat up, and also so that the car can drive on ice and snow and doesn't lose traction. And what these winter tires are is that the rubber compound is a very soft rubber, and they're heavily siped, and usually they're full of metal studs. Not everybody runs studs in the winter. I definitely run studs for sure, but yeah, when you have these winter tires, you have no problem driving on snow and ice. You can go like full speed, like 120 kilometers, normal driving down the highway, even if it's really snowy and slightly icy. Even, you can't always go full speed, but even in freezing rain, if you have really good tires and say the speed limit's 100 kilometers on a highway, in freezing rain you should still be able to go 50 kilometers and have really good traction from high quality winter tires with heavy studs, and it's pretty awesome. So right there, I just turned on my little vacuum. This shop, it doesn't have a drain. It's really frustrating. This is my first shop, so you got to start somewhere, and not having a drain is an issue with my detailing here. And I'm just trying to figure out ways around it instead of having to put a bunch of money into the shop here and have a drain installed in the center of the floor, because that'd be quite expensive, probably like 30 grand. So what I did was I just made a water reclamation system. It's just a bunch of tubes that it goes completely 360 degrees around the vehicle, and then on the bottom of those tubes, those white tubes there's a bunch of holes, and it's connected to a vacuum. So as the water just disperses from around the car, it goes to those tubes and it gets vacuumed up, and it works pretty well. It's annoying, but it works pretty well, and it's not ideal. It slows me down quite a bit. It probably makes the not having a drain in the floor or not detailing outside probably slows my exterior washing process down by about 10 to 15 minutes. I'm messing around with that thing for 10 to 15 minutes every time I wash a car, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and I want to detail inside of a shop. I did detail for, spring and summer season out in my driveway, and I was a lot faster in my driveway than I am in the shop, but there's problems with detailing out in the driveway. You're out in the elements, there's all kinds of issues, and you gotta take the good and the bad and have them both. But ultimately I want to be detailing inside of a shop because I want to be doing things like paint corrections and ceramic coatings all the time. And what I noticed was basically every time I had a ceramic coating, it rained on me, and it was really annoying. So that's the main reason why I decided to get the shop, and so that I could make YouTube videos. It's a bit harder making YouTube videos out in my driveway, especially because I live on that busy road too, so it was super loud. But those videos were pretty interesting out in the driveway. I kind of liked them. They kind of have that homey feel and DIY, but ultimately it's just not the best to be doing it like that, detailing like that, in my opinion. The mobile guy's got it pretty rough, and I don't think I could do it, just because a part of it would be pretty fun because you're out and about, fresh air's big, not breathing in chems, or a lot less chems. But I couldn't do it because you're out. Some details, they can take 4 to 8 hours or even more, depending on how bad they are and how much the customer wants to spend. But I couldn't imagine going to someone else's place and spending 4 to 8 hours in their driveway. That'd be super annoying for me. You wouldn't be able to get any pee-pee, poo-poo breaks, and yeah, you'd just be having to act super proper the entire time for, which is totally understandable, but it's pretty hard not to break character in over 4 to 8 hours, whatever you have to do, use the bathroom or do something slightly inappropriate that you don't want to be doing at a customer's location. Kind of went off on a tangent there, but I'll get back to... I just got to go back quick and talk about something. So I use that vacuum system, water reclamation system, because here in BC, we're super environmentally friendly, and you can't be letting any kind of chemical or whatever, or water out into the streets, because all of our drains go into our rivers, and the environment is everything here. It's super environmentally conscious out here. And basically, your local municipality will fine you if you are putting, cleaners and chemicals into the drain when you wash a car outside and all that. So those are the struggles that I have to deal with out here. So that is that. But it would be awesome if I could wash vehicles outside, just outside of my shop door, because it's so perfect there. There's like this really nice driveway. It's slightly slanted, and there is a storm drain like at the base of that driveway, so it would just be so perfect for washing cars just outside of those doors. But you can't get it. Someone would call the city on me, and I'd get a fine like immediately, and they'd tell me to shut it down, or I'm shut down. So that's what it's like out here. So that's why I gotta vacuum this water up and put it down the sewer drain. You can put chemicals down sewer drains here, but you can't put chemicals down storm drains, because storm drains go back into the ecosystem and the sewer drain goes to a water treatment facility. So yeah. But there are mobile detailers out here, and I think some of them don't care about that whole thing, but some of them do, I noticed. Some of them do have a water reclamation system that they set up in people's driveways, and that is hardcore. But I'll get back to the actual detail here. So these floor mats, I'm doing them just the standard process. I spray my degreaser, and then the first product I spray is that 3 orange degreaser. Super great, let it dwell. And then after I spray that, I come back with that foam in the IK sprayer, and what that is PNS Carpet Bomber, and I basically spray that on almost everything because it's super mild. I thought at first that was a really strong cleaning agent, and it would get stains out of carpets and all that, but it doesn't really do that great of a job. It has a okay smell, pretty good smell actually, and it does foam up and it will help you clean carpets, but most of the time when carpets and fabric seats are really dirty and these floor mats, they're usually greasy stains. So PNS Carpet Bomber, it won't cut greasy stains because it's not a degreaser, so I use a degreaser. I use that 3 orange degreaser, and then I use Carpet Bomber. And when I first started detailing, I was mixing those 2 chemicals into the same bottle, and I was using it and it was working great. It was actually 3 chemicals actually, and an enzyme. But then I had some people talk to me and be like, yo, that might not be such a good idea. And I was like, all right, bet. Because you shouldn't be mixing chemicals. It's one thing to be spraying chemicals on top of each other, but when you mix them in the same bottle, weird things can happen. Like the chemicals will fight each other and they'll neutralize each other, and then you won't actually have any kind of cleaning power or some type of situation like that. So it's better just to keep them separate and then use them separate, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's why I stagger them, why I spray the 3D orange degreaser first, and then I use that carpet cleaner after. At least it's not mixed in the same bottle. But yeah, if you mix degreasers, high alkaline cleaners, and an enzyme all in the same bottle, they might be fighting each other, especially that enzyme. The enzyme might be neutralizing the carpet cleaners, and you just might not be getting the full bang out of your buck for the chemicals that you're paying a lot of money for. And that's how I clean these floor mats. I spray that degreaser, and then I drill brush them, and then I use the rotary on the pressure washer, and then I come back with the 45 degree angle white tip. And I don't think I used the drill brush on these floor mats because they were pretty clean aside from pet hair. They didn't have mud or greasy stains or pop, so I don't really need to use the drill brush on these ones because that rotary tip, it has a drill brush like action, but it's not as good as the drill brush. It could be better, but they're better at different things because they're slightly different. So that rotary it really digs up sand fairly well, but it doesn't remove grime, set-in grime, and agitation of, like syrup and stuff. The drill brush does a slightly better job. And that rotary tip, it can get it done, but you're going to spend more time with that rotary than the drill brush. Might as well just grab the drill brush. So that's how I clean these floor mats here. It's a little monotonous. It's fairly quality work. I'm cleaning both sides, and I'm making sure that I'm flipping them over, and when I throw them back down, then I'm throwing them down the dirt, and all this stuff takes time. And so I charge a bit more. I still need to up my prices more and more as time goes on because the quality of the work that I do is I would say it's pretty high. And I don't like to cut corners and do like fake detailing, just a quick, wipe down and charge the full price of a full detail. I actually like to do the full detail. I see some detailers, and everybody has their business different. Some people specialize in the quick detail, so they got to get good at the quick detail. And Other people like myself specialize in the full detail, where it's a bit slower, a lot slower actually, and the price goes way up. It can just keep going up and up depending on how much time I spend. It's more about time for me. But that quick detail style, I think you just spray, instead of cleaning the surfaces, you just spray plastic dressing and call it done. Give it a quick wipe down. So yeah, after I pressure wash these floor mats, what I do is I get if they're carpet floor mats, then I get my hot water extractor. This is the Myee 8070, and I just suck the water out of them. And it works really good like that. These definitely, and I try to do floor mats right away too, because sometimes floor mats, they can take a while to dry, especially if you don't pull the water out of them quite well enough. They'll be dry, too wet. And then at the end of the detail, if you wait till the end of the detail to do this, you'll never get them dry, and then you'll be hating yourself for not doing the floor mats first. So floor mats is kind of one of the things I like to do first. Try to give them the most time to dry. And here I'm not actually using the extractor in any way. I'm not using water, I'm just vacuuming, using the extractor to vacuum the water out. And it works pretty good. These floor mats are coming out quite clean, not super muddy. I think I seen one spot on there that was a little muddy, but definitely super clean. The pressure washer the heated extractor cleans these floor mats. Messed that up again. So the heated extractor, there's no way a heated extractor can clean a floor mat as good as a pressure washer, not in my opinion, especially when the floor mat is caked with mud. It just gets to the point where the heated extractor just can't do what a pressure washer can do. The pressure washer uses a lot of water. It really hydrates mud that's deep down in the floor mats, and then it just lifts it up, especially when you use that rotary tube. But yeah, these floor mats were looking fire after I was done here. I was looking at them, I was like, dang, these are nice. These are pretty nice. I cleaned them pretty well. And it's just putting that extra bit of time in them at the beginning there, where I spent the time to vacuum them with that velocity, and then using the pet hairbrush, and then the pressure washer, and now the extractor. I know that sounds like a lot, but I like to think of myself as in specializing in really high quality work and not being more of a quick detailer. For me, it's not the number of customers I can crunch into a day. It's doing a really good job for one customer and having them pay me a lot of money because I'm putting a lot of time and effort in. I haven't figured out a lot of money part out yet, but I'm getting there. I just keep raising my prices, and I tell people that the price ranges, and I don't set myself to a set limit of price, and I basically tell people that I charge hourly, and if it takes me 4 hours, then I charge them for 4 hours, and if it takes me 8 hours, then I charge them for 8 hours, and some people are totally fine with that. And a lot of people don't like that as well. They're looking for a quick detail. They just want to... Even my prices as they are right now, they scare off a lot of customers, like a lot. And I still feel like I need to raise my prices significantly more because I'm not quite there yet. I hear about companies charging $1,000 to $5,000 for an interior detail, and I'd love to get my business to that point, but I'm not there yet. I haven't built myself up. I haven't found those customers that are willing to pay those prices. I think the customers that pay those huge prices are big businesses, big government companies that rent out vehicles, and then when they need to return them, they're really beaten up, and these vehicles, they need to be taken apart, the seats removed, and then cleaned to the highest level so that they can go back to the rental company, and then that company doesn't, get in trouble from that rental company or whatever it may be, or gouged even further. But basically, yeah, apparently some companies are charging $1,000 to $5,000 for interior details, and I'm not even close to that yet, but I'd love to get there. Alright, kind of weird process here. Cleaning the exterior of the car, taking a break, doing the floor mats. And I'm doing it like this because of having to pressure wash those floor mats just on this wet floor. Any kind of wet stuff that I can do that needs the pressure washer, I'm going to do it in the beginning. So a lot goes on when I wash the exterior of a car. And here, I'm using the foam cannon here, and this is an actual foam mix that I'm using. It's not an APC like I used with that first pre-rinse. And in this here I have Meguiar's Gold Class, and I have always used this in the foam cannon, and I've been pretty happy with it. It's fairly cheap, it's readily available. I can just run down to the store just 2 blocks away and grab some for $20 Canadian for a bottle, and it'll last me hard to say, 50 vehicles or so, but since I do these YouTube videos, I put it on a little extra thick, so I go through it a little bit quicker. But what I have been noticing is that the quality of the foam isn't quite as shaving cream. But it could just be me. I might be doing something wrong, because I thought that Gold Class was giving me crazy shaving cream foam. I might be mixing it a little too thin, or I might have the settings on my pressure washer or my foam cannon not right, because I have made crazy shaving cream foam, but nowadays it seems like it's a little bit thinner. That foam cannon, it might be clogged up and it might need a rinse. And here I've got this detailing brush here. These detailing brushes, I would say, are crazy expensive. They're super nice though, super satisfying. They don't do the best cleaning job on really dirty vehicles. It's more for a clean vehicle, but it's just really satisfying to use this type of brush like this, and that it is very safe on painted surfaces. And I do it because it looks fairly pleasing to wash. It's not the greatest clean though, I'll be honest. The bristles are a little bit too soft if you're cleaning tight cracks and crevices on really dirty vehicles. This would be perfectly fine on a very clean car that's, garage kept and well maintained, but a daily drive kind of beater vehicle, this brush, it's not firm enough to get all those cracks and crevices cleaned out. But it looks really good on camera, and it is very satisfying in person to use this type of brush. It's a big fat brush, and these are pretty expensive. It took me a long time to buy this brush, because I was waiting until I've seen one at the right price, at a good price, and I could never find one. They're always generally $40 to $50 Canadian for this brush, anywhere you go. Amazon, Temu, AliExpress, they're all about that same price. So companies ain't giving this brush up for cheap. Must be hard to make. And it's slightly out of the ordinary, but I really enjoy it. And it just looks super professional too, I think, to use something like this, maybe on a really nice, expensive car. It'd look very classy. But on dirty daily drive vehicles, winter vehicles that have lots of grime and baked in stuff into the corners, the really tight corners, it's not really firm enough to do a great job. So there is that. So it's just more of a satisfying thing for you guys, and it does work, but it'll leave you hanging on the really dirty vehicles. Let's just say that.
It doesn't clean in here very good on cars that are super dirty.
So yeah, at this part in the detail, I just got that foam on there, and I sprayed it on a while ago. I got a lot of time to work because I'm in the shop, I'm in the shade, it's humid, and I'm just using a pH neutral foam, so I'm not too worried about the foam drying on the surface. But what I did there was I just sprayed the entire vehicle down and just letting it dwell, and as gravity pulls the foam down, it's just pulling any residual dirt off of the paint as much as possible, so that when I come back and do the actual hand wash with the microfiber mitt, that it just lowers the chance of scratching the vehicle at all. So I sprayed the foam, and now I'm just cutting in all the cracks and crevices with this hand brush, so when I come back with the microfiber brush wash mitt, I don't really have to worry about the cracks and crevices too much, but I still do anyway, just so that I'm sort of cleaning all spots twice, just so I don't miss anything, because that's the worst when you get a detail and the detailer misses something, or you are the detailer and you miss one little spot. And it almost, if you're going for super high quality work and you miss one spot, it kind of compromises your entire detail. And for me, from my point of view, I don't want to be doing that to any customer, but it does happen. What does Hunter's Mobile say? We strive for perfection, but we're not always perfect. Yeah, that's what I try and do. I strive for perfection, but I'm a human, and I'm not always perfect. But my details are almost always perfect because I spend way too much time on every single car. And that's the benefit of the clients right now. They get really high quality work, and it's not the greatest thing for the actual business itself because just spending too much time. Sometimes I could be getting in more customers, but that's why I also make YouTube videos. So this product here, the mitt on a stick, and I'm just saying it that way, I'm describing the product. There's actually a brand that's called Mitt on a Stick. And it's a really high quality, bougie looking brand. It's way better than this actual product here. So I'm not trying to say this is that brand. I'm just literally calling it by definition what it is. It's a microfiber wash mitt on a stick. There is a company, and that is their brand name, Mitt on a Stick. And I wish I could get one of those brushes, but they're all sold out like everywhere right now. All the detailers seen that brush. It was available, and everyone bought it, and now they're just on back order, I think, in Canada anyway. Maybe they still got them in the States, but yeah. So that Mitt on a Stick, it's great. It's great for the roofs, it's great for windshields, and maybe the hoods as well. And it's no different than any other microfiber mitt. It looks pretty cringe, like a car wash brush, like I'm scratching the paint, but I'm not. I looked at that mitt, and it's pretty good. The fibers are soft, and the edges are fairly soft as well and protected by that microfiber product. So if you do bump something with the edges, you're probably not going to scratch anything. So if you're thinking I'm scratching the paint, I'm not. It's a fairly safe product. But I have used it to clean the entire vehicle on a few vehicles, and what I noticed is when you use the mitt on a stick on the entire vehicle, you're going to miss some spots, and it's not going to be, your work's not going to be as great. So nothing beats that hand wash with a microfiber mitt. That mitt on a stick, it really misses out on all the curved areas. So anytime the painted panels are the door panels, the fenders, and the hood, anytime those surfaces have concaved surfaces, convexed surfaces, that mitt on a stick isn't going to hit those areas very well, and you'll miss some spots. And I've been noticing it, so I stopped that right away. I probably used it on a handful of vehicles, and then every single time there was just like a spot missed here, a spot missed there, and I got tired of that. And so now I don't do the entire vehicle. I only do the flat areas with the mitt on a stick, and I'm back to using the microfiber wash mitt. But that mitt on a stick, it is really great for doing the whole vehicle, in the sense that it's a bit faster and you're not bent over, breaking your back, getting the lower portions. Lower portions, like the ones that I'm on right now, super annoying, and they hurt my back. But yeah, that's the name of the game, right? And the wash style that I'm using right now, it's just the 1 bucket. And I'm not too worried about using the 2 bucket. I'm not too worried about scratching the paint. And I'm not too worried about using grit guards in the bottom of the buckets, because I did that pre-wash. And that pre-wash basically removed all the dirt and sand and any type of abrasive grime on the surface of the car within reason. There's probably some on there. I'm not going to say there's zero, but if you do a good pre-soak and a good rinse, then you're totally safe to, use that 1 bucket method and just go ham, and you won't scratch anything, as long as you're using quality microfiber product. And that's why I don't like that rinseless wash, because you got to get that grime off of there and that sand off of there. But to each their own. And even though I don't like it, I could probably very well one day down the road do a car with a rinseless wash style and then just fall in love with it because it's the right car for that type of wash. But I don't think I'm not going to be doing that on dirty or muddy vehicles. There's just no way. I can't handle it. You need the pressure washer as soon as the vehicle gets muddy or dirty to do that rinseless wash, or else you see those guys, they're pressure washing the vehicle with a spray bottle, and it's like, no thanks, going backwards there, buddy. But yeah, so I'm a pressure washer I'm a pressure washer guy all the way. And it's just classic. Sometimes you just can't mess with the original ways of doing things. You try to reinvent the wheel by doing this rinseless wash, and then it may cause issues, or it just may not do you as good of a job, or there's always going to be some type of some give. You're going to have to give up some things when you switch from the pressure washer to a rinseless wash. But to all those people out there that are able to do a rinseless wash, hats off to you guys. I haven't figured it out yet, and I don't have those types of customers with those types of vehicles that I can do rinseless washes on, every single time. So as for right now, I'm just using the pressure washer. And it doesn't take me very long to wash a vehicle with the pressure washer, especially when I'm not making a video, and especially when I'm not in the shop. If I was doing it out in my driveway, I could do a truck in 30 minutes, no problem, with the pressure washer. And that's doing a foam wash, rinse method and drying it. But in the shop, it takes quite a while here too. I believe it took me about an hour or so, or even longer, because it wasn't just, washing the outside of the vehicle. On this particular vehicle, I was doing the door jambs, and I was spending a lot of time inside doing the wheels quite well. I didn't do the wheels on this one, but I did do the wheels quite well. I scrubbed the wheels, and then I also did the floor mats and the engine bay, so I believe it took me like an hour 20 for all that. But that's more than just a basic exterior hand wash. It's upgraded, and it takes more time. And this vehicle was dirty too. Those rims were dirty. I really had to scrub those rims, as you'll see coming up soon. So it looks like I'm getting basically very close to the end of the actual wash here. I'm doing the final rinse down, but still won't be done with the pressure washer just yet. I'm going to do the engine bay as soon as this rinse is done. And that's another thing too. You have to do the engine bay when the engine's cold, and this vehicle was driven here, rolled up, and I pulled it straight in. So, I got to take some time. You got to figure out how to balance all these things. When you do the engine, you have to do the outside, because when you do the engine, that dirt gets everywhere too. So you got to figure out, a process that works for you. And this is what's working for me. It's not, the best on time, but it gets everything done at one time. And then I'm not messing around with this pressure washer multiple times. I think I could break it down in steps, switch it up a bit if I had a drain on the floor, but since I don't, that's what I have to do. As I said earlier, you take the good, you take the bad, you have them both. So it's just the way it is for now until I get a shop with a drain on the floor. I really like that pressure washer there. That's a big honkin' pressure washer. It was fairly expensive and it's fairly powerful, and I hope it lasts a super long time, because that's basically, I've wanted a pressure washer like that for a long time, an electric one that has a lot of power. And I think it's 3.6 gallons per minute, which is pretty up there for pressure washers, and I don't know what the PSI is, but it's up way up there. And that one runs on 240 volt power, so you need a lot of power. Well, you don't need a lot of power, but you need the voltage there. for that one. Oh, and just like everything, my favorite chemical, I'm using that 3D orange degreaser. I don't even use a wheel and tire cleaner anymore. It was just too many products to use, you know. The less products you can buy, the better. So all I use now is just a degreaser on the rims and the tires, and it works great. Like, what even is a wheel and tire cleaner? It must be just a degreaser. And honestly, I've only tried one rim and tire cleaner. Maybe I've tried a couple, but I've only ever used one for a significant amount of time, and that was P&S Brake Buster. And honestly, it was okay. You know, it's really safe. It's not super strong. You're fairly safe with that product, as in you're not going to wreck someone's property and stain the rims or anything. But I didn't even feel like it was that good of a product. You know, I think this 3D orange degreaser, it cleans up rims and tires way better than a dedicated rim and tire cleaner, that P&S Brake Buster. I hate to say anything bad about any company, and I'm not. Like, if I wasn't doing a business and, you know, conscious of how many products I'm buying for this business, then I would absolutely love to have P&S Brake Buster. It's pretty nice. It foams up super good, and, you know, it's awesome. It works, but this 3D orange is just better. I can use this 3D orange on basically everything. I use it on, you know, bug guts. I use it on rims and tires. I use it on engines. I use it on carpets. I use it on floor mats. It's just one product can basically clean the entire vehicle of all the greasy stuff. So yeah, why, you know, have a bunch of products that I don't need when I can just get away with one? And it gets basically mostly everything. And that's what you want over time. Running a business, you're going to notice you don't even want to have a bunch of products. You just want as low amount of products as possible that you can do a full detail with. You know, you're not thinking about all these products, all these spray bottles, filling up all this stuff. You just got one and you're good to go. And that 3D orange, it just cleans everything so good. It must be that citrus power that it uses, because citrus is really good at cleaning stuff, and this 3D orange is just crazy on everything. And so far, I've never seen it tarnish any surface, but I've been careful with it. So cleaning these rims and tires here, as I said earlier, these are winter rims and tires. They're all beat up, they're full of rust, they're not super nice. So I'm cleaning them fairly good, but I'm not cleaning them to any kind of crazy extent. And I'm just using my soft brush there for the rims, and then I have a firmer brush for rims and tires. This brush here that I use on the tire, it is very key to getting a good tire clean, a good clean tire. And it's a certain type of brush. It's a plastic brush that's very firm, and it has a very short fiber. And that short fiber is super key. As soon as the fiber gets long, it's very difficult to clean the tires. It's harder on your arm, and it just doesn't even do as good of a job. But this type of brush, it's insane on tires. It does such a good job. If you get a brush like that, it's gonna increase your tire game tremendously, and you're gonna spend less time on tires, and your tires are gonna come out better overall. And sometimes you do have to clean tires a bunch of times, but with this one, I'm noticing I can get away with, you know, one solid cleaning. But I do, as you see there, put a lot of effort. I basically clean it two or three times with that brush, with that tire brush. You know, I go around like that, and then I go up and down through the treads, and then I go up and down through the sidewall with all the design in there, and that's basically it. And this tire was pretty dirty. It was pretty dirty. As you can see, the foam is kind of brown, so it wasn't the worst tire ever, but it was dirty. But I felt, at the same time when I was doing this, I felt kind of dumb because, you know, this tire is almost bald, and the rim is pretty shot, and I'm cleaning them, you know, to such a high level. But, you know, if it makes the client happy, then, you know, it is what it is, and that is what they wanted. They wanted the premium interior, and they wanted the premium exterior, and it includes a deeper clean on the tires. So I had to do it, and it looks great. It looked great at the very end. And I put on a tire shine too. I've been all over the place with the tire shines. I'll talk about that when I get there, but I keep going back and forth trying out a bunch of different tire shines, and I think I found 2 that I'm pretty happy with. And one of the tire, I don't really want to talk about it right now, but I'm kind of on this tangent. One tire shine is more for a daily drive, and one tire shine is more for a luxury car or maybe a sports car. And they have different purposes, and they're for different, uses, but they both basically make the tire look good. It's just the one for the luxury car or the sports car really makes the tire look crazy good, but it gets dirty, and it's a lot harder to clean. So the one that I put on daily drives is super easy to clean. It doesn't, get a tire brown and gross. It just nice and black, and it just stays clean, but it's not as glossy. But I'll talk about that more when I get there. Anyway, pressure washing these tires. Yep, they look good. I'm just trying to pressure wash them carefully, try not to get sprayed in the face with slop. And I also spray the car down a bit too, because I don't want any degreaser to be sitting on the paint from overspray, and I just do little extra things like that. It takes a bit longer, but it just makes me feel more confident, and then I'm not worried about damaging anyone's property. So I really hope you guys like this style of video where it's GoPro and I just do a voiceover and talk about stuff, because they're fairly easy to make, even though they're super long. This video will be super long. They're fairly easy to make, and you can just sit around and chill, listen to me BS about detailing. And as I get better at making these videos, better and better at talking. Oh, I almost had an accident here. You definitely don't want to be lifting the hood up with the wipers up. That's a big no-no. That one almost got me. I usually never make that mistake, but that one almost got me. I think I was in a rush or something, but I caught it. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy this video, because I want to make these kinds of videos, long videos, and just talking over myself cleaning a vehicle, because it is kind of nice just to watch someone clean something and see the entire process start to finish. But I am really terrible at talking. I'm not really good at talking. I'm just gonna have to put in the effort making these videos over and over and over until I get to the point where I'm really good at talking.
Okay, looks like it's good to go.
All right. Oh, I need to grab a drink of water. My throat. So, finally getting to the point where we're cleaning the engine here. I've been waiting for this point. It's been taking forever. So, just like always, it's kind of funny here. What am I using? I'm using that 3D orange degreaser. I use that S on everything. And that is some really good S. But, so yeah, I use it on everything here, and I'm talking in this video here, so I don't know if I really want to talk over it right now, but I'm basically saying I wait till the engine's cold. I don't clean hot engines. I might clean like a slightly warm engine, but I still don't want it. I don't want to have that issue of, spraying cold water on a hot engine block and cracking the block. That's the big issue with that, or wrecking some other type of part that might be super hot, like a turbo. But that's what I do. I do the engine very last after I wash the exterior of the car, so the vehicle has gotten that, 1 hour's worth of time to cool down. And then also I disconnect the battery when I start washing the car too, so that the system can drain any charge and I don't mess anything up, if there's any capacitors in there or whatever, or some kind of plug gets a little bit moist during this process, then at least the system will be drained of electricity, and there won't be some kind of weird discharge or that could potentially cause any trouble. Cars are very fancy nowadays with all their modern electronics and computers. You just got to be careful because we are spraying water into this area. It's a sensitive area of the vehicle. A lot of stuff can go wrong, and I don't want anything to go wrong. But basically, as long as you do this carefully, nothing should ever go wrong. You know, it's like 1 in 1,000 chance that something could happen with washing an engine bay. And it might even be because there might be a pre-existing condition. But anyway, so yeah. Spray on that 3D orange degreaser, let it dwell. Spray on the foam. It's the same foam as always. It's that P&S Carpet Bomber.
I'll try this one.
Carpet cleaner. I use that S on everything. It sounds kind of weird, but it's basically just a foaming product. I don't even really know. It doesn't have like a super strong cleaning property to it that I've noticed. It's not a super strong cleaner. And I haven't noticed that it ever tarnishes any surfaces or anything like that. And I just basically use it just to have like a foam product, and you know, it's visually stimulating. And yeah, so let me know in the comments down below what you guys think about that. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are just gonna say carpet bomber on carpet bomber on the engine bay, carpet bomber on, you know, metal parts, and that doesn't make any sense. But to me, after using this carpet bomber, I've been using this carpet bomber for like 1.5 years, and I just keep using it anyway. And from using it more and more, I've noticed that it doesn't really clean stuff like you'd think it would clean stuff. So to me, it just looks like a white soap. You know, that 3D orange is the product that actually cleans stuff. But it does have a nice smell, and it is meant for carpets, so I will try to use it on carpets. And honestly, there's some weird stuff about that product there. It's supposed to clean carpets, but you know, I'll talk about this more when we get to the carpets. I'll just try and talk about the engine bay right now. So cleaning this engine bay here, I got it all soaped up. It's all foamed up. I got those 2 different, you know, cleaning products on there. And I basically just work my way through this engine brush by brush. So I used that bigger brush on the hood where it was hard to reach. And then now I've switched to this softer brush. It's the Chemical Guys green brush. Basically, it should be safe on painted surfaces. You know, the only reason why it would scratch a painted surface is if you're pushing too hard or there's too many contaminants in your brush, like sand or dirt. But yeah, this is the Chemical Guys green brush. I really like it. I have a couple of them, very soft. And I just work brush by brush on this engine bay, go over the entire engine with each brush, so I'm not fumbling back and forth with different brushes. And obviously this engine bay, it has all kinds of shapes, nooks and crannies, so you're gonna have to use a couple different brushes. And the brushes that I use here are the brushes that I prefer to use. So this one now, it's that rim cleaner brush, and I'm just going to use this one to get deep into the engine and clean it in between, you know, the tight cylinder areas, any cracks and canyon like areas, and under hoses and on top of hoses. I use this brush and scrub all over the place. And I like this brush, but you got to be careful with this brush because it really it has a lot of kickback, this brush. And your first time your first time ever using this brush, you'll get kickback in the face and you'll hate this brush. You'll get pissed off and angry at this brush, and that just happens. And you'll get better at using it. It still happens to me. You'll just, you know, block the kickback. But it slings like crazy. But this is a really great brush to use. And the major downfall is that kickback from this brush. You'll get gross slop on your face, and you'll be pissed off because who wants to get gross slop on their face, right? Other than that, though, I really like this brush. It's an awesome brush. If it didn't have that kickback, I'd probably use it in a lot more places. Oh, I had something I wanted to say, but I completely forgot. Oh well, moving on. And the next brush here now, just a fine details brush. I use the boar's hair or the horse hair, whatever it may be, because it's a little bit firmer and it'll give you a little bit more kick in these tight engine areas. It's not a super firm brush, but you definitely can't be doing these engines and expecting good results with a super soft brush. You need something a little bit firmer, something a little bit more like horse hair. I hear a lot of detailers saying that horsehair brushes won't scratch painted surfaces, and I'm not too sure about that. That could be. It all depends on how you use that brush, but the horsehair brush is a little bit firmer. And I would say that the horsehair brush is a little bit firmer, and I would say that it's questionable on painted surfaces. Questionable. I definitely wouldn't be using this, on like a black vehicle that just got a polish. I wouldn't use that on painted surfaces, but some detailers say it's safe on paint. Detail Geek said it was safe on paint, and if he said horsehair brush is safe on paint, I'm gonna have to go with it, because that guy is an absolute boss. And even if no matter what anybody says about that guy, he's a YouTube detailer, blah blah blah, or if he's staging his details or whatever, that guy does some crazy details, and I wish that at some point I could be the detailer that Detail Geek is. So he's done a lot of details. He says horsehair brushes are safe on painted surfaces. Okay, I'll entertain that idea in my head, but I'll be very careful about that, because they do feel a bit firm to me. The horsehair brush is way firmer than that big makeup brush that I was using, where I feel that is completely safe on painted surfaces. Okay, so now pressure washing the engine bay.
Okay, good enough.
This is definitely something that you got to be careful about. So I got my pressure washer here, and the pressure is set quite high. This thing is like bang, and when you pull the trigger on this thing, it kicks. It's thumping. It's thumping out PSI, and it's thumping out GPM right now. And I am using that on the areas of the vehicle that are not actually the areas of the engine that are not actually the engine. So the hood, there aren't electronic clips up there, and there isn't anything that I can't blast water into up there that I don't want it being blasted into. And I also do that hood cowling there a little bit, and just down the sides. So that looks like a lot of pressure on the engine bay, and it absolutely is. I would not recommend doing that. When I actually get to the engine itself, I turn down the pressure in the pressure washer quite significantly. You'll see it here in just a second. Alright, here I go. So I turn on the PSI on this pressure washer here, and I don't know what it's at, but it's super, super low. I would probably say it's in the 15 to 30 PSI range right now. So it's basically like what a pump sprayer would be able to put out. No problem. This is about as much pressure as a pump sprayer puts out. But I'm not using the pump sprayer. I'm using my pressure washer, because it's, an endless supply of water. And I can feel super confident about putting water into the nooks and crannies and electrical areas, because all of those electrical clips, they're supposed to be waterproof. And if you've ever pulled those clips apart, a lot of them are waterproof. They've got like a double grommet layer to keep water out. Modern engines are basically waterproof, but you can't be blasting 3,000 PSI onto these electronic clips and expecting not to damage anything. So I turn that pressure washer way down the pressure. Like I said, it's probably in the 15 to 30 PSI. You could spray this on your skin and it wouldn't damage it. I don't know if it'd be safe to spray on your eyeball, but I'm just trying to show you guys, explain to you guys how soft it is. And then I really actually like cleaning the engine bay with this little amount of pressure, because then I can get into the nooks and crannies, especially right here. As you can see, those nooks and crannies on that air filter there, those are the worst. They catch a lot of dirt and sand, and then when you pressure wash them with too much pressure, it explodes in your face, and it slightly upsets you when that happens. Let's just say that. Keeping it PG for YouTube here. I gotta come out with a Patreon so that it can be a lot more chill and be a lot more real with you guys there, and more like a chill spot to hang out. We can say stuff. Got to be careful on YouTube here what we say. I can't really be dropping bombs and cussing. But yeah, I do enjoy to be fairly casual. I am a bro. And before becoming a detailer, I was a pipeliner for years, welder's helper on the pipeline and labor and I really enjoy that type of work. And I'm trying to make it as a detailer, make as much money as a pipeliner or more than. Hopefully, I'm not there yet, but hopefully one day my detailing business can make more than I did as a pipeliner. And if you don't know, pipeliners make a lot of money, basically as much as doctors and lawyers. So yeah, and that pipeline is really fun lifestyle. I miss it big time. You know, you're out there, you're doing 72 to 96 hours a week out in the bush with the boys. Yeah, that's fun. But I do want to just, you know, make money in town and not have to be out in the bush all the time. But it is nice being out in the bush working with the boys, that camaraderie and all that. Anyway, get back to the detail here. So as I was saying earlier, after you do an engine bay, you get a lot of kickback and you get a lot of soap in all these areas, and you do have to rinse the vehicle down one more time. So that's why this wash took me an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes, whatever it is, because, you know, there's so much going on. It's, you know, I'm washing in multiple steps. I'm cleaning the tires quite thoroughly, the floor mats, the door jambs, the engine bay. But it is all done now. I'm pretty sure it's all done. Yeah, wrap up that pressure washer, put it away, dry up the floor, get to the interior. That's what I'm looking to do right now. So I took a little break there just to grab some water. I have no idea what I was just talking about, but yeah, let's get back into it. And if you're watching this video, I'd just like to say I really appreciate it. You know, I want to be a detailer and I want to be a YouTube detailer and make my money doing that. And whenever you guys watch the video, it just helps me out so much. It helps my YouTube channel, helps me grow, and helps me keep making videos. So as long as people are watching, I'm going to keep making these videos, and, you know, hopefully I just keep getting better and better at making my videos. I really need to practice on talking. I really suck at talking. I'm not a big talker, but I'm gonna have to be if I want to be on YouTube, right? So yeah. Okay, so here is the struggle with not having a drain in the floor. It's really stupid and really annoying. But it is what it is, you know. You just do it, you know. As dumb as it looks and as slow as it is and as backwards as it feels while I'm working, you know, at some point you just gotta, you know, people are looking to pay you money to do a service, and even if you're not fully capable of doing that service in the best way, you just gotta get it done and make money. So that's what this is about here. Not having a drain in the floor and just getting it done and providing these clients all right, so I completely forgot where I was at again. I got a call, you know, running a business here, booking in details. So yeah, anyway, I think I was talking about the shop floor being a pain in the butt, but yeah, basically that's it. It is a pain not having a drain. I was thinking about, you know, putting a drain in here myself, just a trap, doing it quick with one of my buddies or something, but I'm gonna have to make a bunch of money for that, because even if I do it myself, it's probably gonna cost maybe like 10,000 Canadian on the low side. Could even be more, could even be less, I don't know, maybe even less. Just build it quick myself, cut a big hole in the floor. No, maybe even more, because then you need to slope the floor. You need to lay like a fresh layer of concrete and slope the floor down so that everything goes into that drain. But definitely, I would like to just put a trap in the floor, and just, you know, at least have like a simple 300-gallon trap in the floor or something, so that, you know, you could go a few details before you had to pump it out. But yeah, so since I don't have that, I have that water reclamation system, and as you can see here, it works fine. You just gotta squeegee the water around, but it does add an extra 10 minutes every detail of messing around. It's a little bit cumbersome, and it is kind of annoying just to have a wet floor. But I also don't mind it for some reason, because my shop floor ends up being super clean. Like every single time I wash a vehicle, I'm washing the floor. I'm washing the floor and I'm squeegeeing the floor, and what I notice is there's basically no dirt on my floor at any time, and it's really nice because I'm not bringing any dirt back into the vehicle. So that's kind of the one upside, but the downsides outweigh that upside, I would say, for sure. But I definitely do need to work on some things in the future here. Like this, all these shop vacuums here are just kind of a mess with the cords and all that, and just kind of getting in the way, taking up room. I need to spend some time and build something to contain those and clean it up a little bit, because it is kind of annoying. And it doesn't look very good neither, but it is what it is. You know, sometimes you gotta just get out there and get the work done and worry about the details of looking proper after the fact, rather than spending too much time making everything look just right, and then maybe just waiting too long to actually start working, or not getting out there and working. That's how I see it. But I do really value everything being set up nice and all that. I'm not worried about it at this point. I'm just more worried about getting people in and doing quality work and making good YouTube videos, for sure. That's what I really want to do, is be a YouTuber. So yeah, I'm learning how to make these YouTube videos, and I'm practicing. You see me all over the place trying different techniques, and I'm just seeing what people like watching, and hopefully people like watching this style of video, just me talking over myself working. But I'm gonna have to work on finding really interesting things to talk about, and that'll just have to come with time. But anyway,
had a quick break there. All I did was clean the water up off the floor, and then I open up the bay, get some fresh air in here. It's nice and cool and dry, not so humid. This is how much water I use to clean the entire vehicle. When I started, the water was right about here. So I used about this much water to clean this vehicle, the wheels, and...
So one thing that I need is a better leaf blower too. I've been putting off getting a leaf blower because they're pretty expensive. What are like a good one's 500 to 700 Canadian for a cordless leaf blower. At first I thought, the corded one wouldn't be a big deal and it'll be fine, and it is kind of fine, but at the same time it's just an extra step that you have to deal with. And the one thing that I don't like about this corded leaf blower here in the shop is that it's quite wet in the shop, and I definitely need to vacuum up all that water and squeegee the water before I start dragging that extension cord around, just so I don't get electrocute myself. But so far, I've been safe. It's all good. And yeah, one day soon here, I hope I can get one of those nice cordless leaf blowers, Ego, or maybe a DeWalt. Yeah, I'm not too sure. That Ego one looks pretty fancy. I know it's pretty expensive. And definitely a really powerful one too. I noticed that this leaf blower, it's not really good for vehicles that don't have a ceramic coating. It's almost kind of pointless, except for blowing the water out of the cracks where they keep dripping constantly. But using a leaf blower to dry a vehicle that doesn't have a ceramic coating is pretty pointless, and a lot of my customers actually don't have ceramic coatings. I think I haven't hit those really high-end clients just yet, to where I'm getting a lot more people with ceramic coatings. I see it every once in a while, but not too often. But it is nice when I see a customer that has a ceramic coating and I can use that leaf blower and just dry the vehicle so much faster. Because the leaf blower basically does nothing if the vehicle doesn't have a ceramic coating. honestly it's pointless, other than blowing out the door cracks and crevices and the headlight and the mirror. So I try not to spend too much time. This vehicle doesn't have a ceramic coating, so I don't spend too much time. I just blow all the cracks and crevices out, and then just hit it with the big drying mitt, the Chemical Guys Woolly Mammoth. That's the one I use. I like it. I know there's a lot of people that don't say too good of things about Chemical Guys, but their products like that seem to be pretty good. Like, I like that one brush, that green brush. That's a great brush, and I like the drying cloth, the Woolly Mammoth. That's a great product as well. I don't think I use any of their actual products, as in cleaning products or chemicals or anything like that. And if you guys ever see me in my videos applying leather conditioner, and it's in a Chemical Guys bottle, it's actually not Chemical Guys leather conditioner, it's PNS leather conditioner. I just keep using that same bottle because it's just a nice little bottle, and why not, you know? Don't have to go out and buy a bottle. I got one there, and, you know, create less waste for the environment and all that, so sure. Not to mention, it's just the cheapest way to go, but yeah. And about that PNS leather conditioner, I got a big jug of it, a gallon, and that's quite a bit. It's enough to do a lot of vehicles, I would say, you know, a couple hundred vehicles, a gallon of leather conditioner. And I'm not really digging it. I've been using that leather conditioner for over a year now, and I've done a lot of vehicles with it. And I just don't like the way it applies onto leather. I think I'm going to have to find a nicer product. And yeah, I wish it worked, because I still have a fair bit of it left, like maybe a quarter of a gallon. But I don't really like it. It kind of comes out a little bit splotchy, but yeah. I'll talk about it more. Since this vehicle does have leather, I'll talk about it when we get there. Kind of getting off on a side tangent here. So this is the Chemical Guys Woolly Mammoth drying cloth, and I like it. It's just the right size. It's not too big. You can definitely get an entire vehicle done with, you know, one of these when they're new and nice. This one is really old. This is one of my original ones that I've ever bought, and it is absolutely cooked. It's beat. It's cooked. I've probably I've washed it incorrectly a few times, you know, put it in the dryer, let it get hot. And also, the biggest thing that I think cooks these is you have to be really careful. So you definitely don't want to be using this when you're applying a ceramic coating in any sort of way. I think there was a couple times where I freshly applied a ceramic coating, and then I didn't use this to wipe off the ceramic coating, but I did use this to wipe the vehicle, you know, a little bit later afterwards, and I think that sort of cooked it. And now when I apply ceramic coatings, I'll use a fairly nice microfiber mitt, Kirkland Costco one, not mitt, washcloth, microfiber cloth. And I will just use that cloth just once, and I will toss it, you know, once, you know, try to use one cloth or two cloths per vehicle, and then after it's had all that microfiber, ceramic coating soaked into those cloths, I just toss them, because if you mix those in the wash with your other microfibers, it's going to make those microfibers hydrophobic, and that is definitely not what you want in microfiber towels. So anytime I do a ceramic coating with any microfiber towels, I just throw them in the garbage. I know there's a way around it where, you know, you can reuse those microfiber towels and not have them be hydrophobic. Basically, you just have a bucket to the side there with some type of cleaning solution, basically a degreaser or Dawn dish soap, and as soon as you're done wiping with that microfiber and the ceramic coating, you throw it into your bucket so that that microfiber mitt towel doesn't let the ceramic coating dry, and then so it's not hydrophobic. But yeah, rather than, you know, potentially contaminate 100 microfiber mitts and keeping everything paying attention to keeping everything separate. I just throw them in the garbage because I have like so many microfiber towels, brand new, used, and old. They're fairly inexpensive, and for the most part, I'm not really too worried about it, losing one or two microfibers and just not having to deal with the headache of your microfibers being contaminated with ceramic coating and then wrecking a whole batch of 50 or 100 of them. So yeah, it's just better just to toss them, and it is what it is. You're making money doing these details, and you should be charging appropriately, and put it into the price if you want. But yeah, that's how I see that. So whenever I do a ceramic coating, I just throw that Kirkland microfiber towel away, and that seems to be one of the best microfiber towels for me. It's the Kirkland one. It's a fairly good quality and a fairly good price. It's not the best quality, not even close, but it's good enough that you can do, paint corrections when they're brand new. So I exclusively use those on paint corrections, but they have to be brand new. As soon as they're used once, I'll never use a Kirkland on a paint correction if it's used. Only the brand new ones, because they can scratch the paint. I notice if you're not careful with that edge. Back to this one though, yeah, this one's cooked, so it's not absorbing water very well. This wash mitt, this drying mitt in this on this detail, but this vehicle, it has really bad paint. The paint is scratched, it's dry, it's full of contaminants, and so I'm not gonna pull out one of my brand new Chemical Guys Woolly Mammoth. Microfiber towels on a vehicle that's all beat up. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, this vehicle's old and beat up, so I'm not using a new microfiber towel, drying towel on the...
Alright, this next part, it's going to be hardcore. It's going to be loud, and I'm going to be using my respirator. I don't want to be breathing in dust, and I'm just going to give her, not going to be able to talk at all. I'm going to be using the Tornador Max to vacuum out, Tornador Velocity to vacuum out this car right now. And there's a bunch of dog hair in there too, so I should get set up pretty good, get all my vacuuming tools.
Vacuuming tools here. I try to use that detailing cart. It basically has everything that I want on it, within reason. I don't have all the chemicals that I want on that detailing cart, and it should help me out quite a bit, and it does, but my shop isn't big enough. This shop isn't big enough for detailing. It's kind of awkward, as you can see. I'm always squishing up against the walls here. I really don't like it. If the shop was just a little bit wider, it would be so much better, or twice as wide. I would have a full detailing cart on each side of the vehicle, and then you can save so much time by not having to run around. I still have to run around and grab stuff all the time, even though I have a detailing cart. It's because the detailing cart and the size of the shop, there's not enough room to have the detailing cart beside the vehicle. So yeah, this shop, it's kind of annoying, and I can't wait to level up and move on to the next shop. So hopefully that can happen soon. I just have to stay really busy and make good YouTube videos and make some money. So for my vacuum here, I have this really big hose. I like the big hose here so that I know I can vacuum up larger items and not have it get clogged. But I clog it up sometimes too. I get a little too greedy with vacuuming up big items, and then I end up getting it clogged. I've clogged it not too many times, like 3 times. I'm quite careful. Okay, so again, I had to go do something. So I totally forgot what I was talking about there. But anyway, so it must be about vacuuming, because that's what it looks like I'm doing right now. So the biggest problem I have with vacuuming is I got all these different... and I was talking about the detailing card. So that detailing card is like, it's really nice. A lot of people say, oh, you gotta have that detailing card. It helps you improve your speed and, have everything within reaching distance. Well, yeah, I'd love to have that, and this shop is too narrow, so it is what it is. I just gotta struggle with the shop for a little bit until I can get ahead and get a better shop, basically. I don't know how long that's gonna take, but it's gonna be a little bit, though. This building a business stuff, it takes some time. But I definitely could see the potential if I could get a lot of high-end clients every day. I wouldn't even say a lot, but multiple high-end clients every day. Whew, forget about it. Bigger shop, no problem. There wasn't much shops to pick from in my area. This was basically the nicest shop. The best appeal for this shop was that it was just a brand new shop and it was clean and stuff like that. And there were other shops, with the same price, but they were all beat up and old and looked like it needed a ton of renovations, and it was just scary looking on the inside, like the shop was moldy, so I wasn't into that. Trying to clean vehicles in a clean area here, not clean vehicles in some old moldy shop. But there was one nice shop. It was awesome. It wasn't really for lease, it was for sale, but I think the person was also into leasing it. But the price for that shop was about twice as much as I'm spending on this shop, and it would have been awesome. It was like a mechanic shop, and it had 4 bays, and each bay had a lift, and that would have been nice. Wish I had the money to buy that shop right then and there. Be completely different. Game changer, set up to have multiple employees and all that. This shop's so small, it's even hard to see, hiring an employee. But anyway, I'll get back to what I'm actually doing in the video and talk about the shop more later or some other time. So I got all these vacuuming tools here, and I got a lot of them, and it's pretty cumbersome. I got all these tools to help me do a really good job, but I'm always fumbling with them, as you can see. I'm switching from this hose to that hose, or from this tool to that attachment, and I personally really do need them all just to do a really good job. And right now, as you can see, I'm using just an air tool, just a standard air tool. And this standard air tool is way better than a Tornador. Since I'm already using the Tornador Max with velocity, I don't see any point in using a Tornador. But that air tool is really good for getting in between seats, and it does a really good job at actually just cleaning the carpets, because it shoots so much pressure, way more pressure than a Tornador. But they each have their different roles. I'm not going to use a normal Tornador when I got the velocity here, which is a vacuuming Tornador. So yeah. That's why I use that air tool, but there is huge benefits to that air tool. That air tool can do things that the Tornador just can't. And if you don't have one, or you're thinking about using that air tool, I highly suggest it, because they're super cheap. They're a lot cheaper than a Tornador, and honestly, you're probably better off with a standard air tool like that than an actual Tornador. The only time it changes for me, in my personal opinion, is when you step it up to this Tornador Max with velocity. It's a completely different tool for different reasons, and this tool I really love. I don't know why other detailers like that normal Tornador so much, but I love this Tornador with velocity. I don't like when I use the air tools and it blows dust, hair, and dirt and sand everywhere. And this Tornador Max with velocity, it really minimizes the amount of dust that's being blown around, because it's being vacuumed up. So the shop isn't getting very dusty, the vehicle isn't getting very dusty, and I'm breathing in less dust myself. I really don't like breathing in people's foot dust when I'm cleaning out these vehicles, and if I were to use a normal Tornador. And even so much so, I don't really like using the dust. I use that 3M respirator pretty much all the time when I'm doing my details. it's like detailing PPE, personal protective equipment, and just for yourself, for your own personal health over a long time of doing these details is really going to help out your body and your lungs. Not breathing in chems or dust or whatever gross stuff is in these vehicles, and even mold and the dirt that's in these vehicles, they're pretty nasty to be breathing them in all day. And I don't think you should. I don't really see too many detailers wearing a hardcore 3M paint respirator, which definitely you should be. Some detailers do. I think the ones that actually do are the guys that detail all day every day, and a lot of the YouTube detailers don't really do that so much. I noticed Detail Geek, he uses a paint respirator now. I think it sunk in after all the years, finally, unless he was using it the whole time. It didn't take me too long to figure out that I didn't want to be breathing in all these chems and dirt. And also I come from construction site pipeline type of work, and in that work you always wear your PPE. We go through all these safety meetings all the time working on the construction pipeline, and basically it's just cooked into me that I always should be wearing PPE. It protects you, and you want to go home safe at the end of the day or whatever. After many years, you want to feel as good as you can, and that PPE is really going to help you. And it's to quote pipeline work and early morning tailgate meetings, the PPE is your last line of defense. It's like a physical barrier between you and whatever type of work that you're doing to protect you. So it's very, very helpful. And ideally, it would be great not to have to, breathe in chemicals and dirt, but there's just no way around it with this detailing business. Because you can try to detail without the chemicals, and you could probably get some pretty amazing results, but those chemicals, they really help out sometimes, especially those degreasers. They will really clean stuff up really well. And you can clean a lot of pretty much basically everything you could clean with just plain water and have fantastic results. But I suppose this is a business, and to speed things up and to get that much better of a result for your client, then that's why we use these degreasers and high alkaline cleaners, basically, to speed things up. Back to the Tornador Max with Velocity, though, I really like that tool. Every single detail, every single detail, I wonder, I'm doubting myself sometimes, because I'm wondering if I even really want to use this tool every single day, every single detail. Some details I don't need it, but that's rare for me that a vehicle is that clean. But I doubt it, because it feels like it's such a big bulky tool, and it feels like it feels kind of slow, but it's not slow. And then sometimes I put the Tornador Max with Velocity down, and I try to vacuum without it, and it doesn't take me too long. I quickly run from that normal vacuum cleaner and grab my Tornador Max right away. It cleans up way better than a normal vacuum. It just does. It's kind of annoying and bulky and cumbersome, but at the same time, it's pretty good too. It's because of the shape and design of that Tornador Max with the pew-pew grip, it's actually really powerful. The hand movement and the control is really, really good. You have a lot more power with that handheld grip, the pew-pew style grip on there. It's really strong, and it's really fast. Not to mention that if you live in an area with a lot of sand and you want your details to come out really perfect and sand free, this thing is gonna just rip sand. It's a game changer for sand and dirt and debris like sand. It really pulls them out of carpets. The only time that this Tornador Max would not be good is on a super clean vehicle that you can get away with just using a normal vacuum, and it is quite quick. like I said, for me, that's pretty rare because right now where my business is at, I'm not seeing those clients just yet. I don't have like a fully booked out roster of Mercedes-Benz or BMW maintenance details. So almost all the vehicles I do are pretty gross and disgusting. I'll just be honest, pretty gross and disgusting, and they take a long time. And what I'm noticing is they're not really worth it, to be honest. My price point isn't quite there for how dirty these vehicles are and how clean I actually get them. I'm hoping to get there soon. It's just like I said, I just got to build up my business and that word of mouth and brand trustworthiness. So when a customer calls me, they've heard about me for a while, or they have a lot of people that reference to me, and when I say, oh, this interior is going to be $1,000, they don't get that price shock, or they at least trust me that if I say, an interior is going to cost $1,000, they understand that I'm not going to be doing any kind of fake detailing, and I'm not going to be cheating to make it look good, whereas I actually deep down really do make the vehicle super clean. And I'll just give you an idea of the prices of my details. Right now I'm charging for a full interior detail with a basic exterior hand wash, so that gets you everything you want on the interior. I'm charging right now $300 to $500, and I tell people, I don't really look at the vehicles and, say, oh, that's dirty, it's going to be more. I just tell them, I charge hourly, and if it takes me longer than 4 hours, then the price is going to increase. So $300 gets you 4 hours of detailing. So I'm at about $75 an hour right now, which is pretty cheap, I'd have to say, for having a shop. Being in Canada, 75 Canadian dollars an hour, that's not very much money, Canadian pesos. But it's good enough for now to, I wouldn't really say grow the business exponentially, but to maintain and potentially grow the business. It's good enough for now. I'd love to get to a point where I can do a detail and, just say that's going to be $1,000 for that interior. We're going to do a really good job. And that customer's like, okay, it is pretty bad. I trust you. Here's $1,000. And then I can get it done in 4 to 8 hours. But right now, what I am seeing is actually, I tend to turn away maintenance customers, but they are actually pretty good, these maintenance details. I don't really like doing them because I like detailing for YouTube videos, so that transformation of a really dirty vehicle is good for the YouTube channel, and it might not be good if I'm cleaning clean vehicles. It might be kind of boring. But the maintenance details are kind of spot on. I don't really lose on the maintenance details, like it's too dirty and I spend too much time on it. What I notice is the maintenance details are always bang on. They always take me exactly how long I think they're going to take and for how much I price them, because they're clean and I'm not spending much time, and I'm not doing the shampooing and guaranteeing these crazy results, because it's not a full detail. When I do a full detail, I like to guarantee crazy good results. But when it's a maintenance, the customer kind of knows it's just kind of a quick wipe down in a vacuum and a good window cleaning. Yeah, I can get those done pretty quick, especially when the vehicle's super clean. So my technique here with this, with all these vacuuming tools here, I got quite a bit of stuff going on here, and I tend to fumble around with all these different attachments and tools and change from this to that, because it's not really a perfect system. The smaller items plug up the smaller hose. So whenever I have big items like nuts and maybe that rubber band there, or an eraser or a golf ball or a piece of paper, I'll detach the smaller hoses, and then I'll hook up the big hose and suck them out. Vacuum it up with the big hose, just so that I don't have to run to the garbage can or mess with it. I tend to just want to vacuum stuff up and just make that as easy as possible. But then I end up carrying a lot of different attachments, and I'm fumbling around with them constantly inside the vehicle. It's kind of annoying. I don't know if there's really a way around that, because, you know, like I said, there's a lot of gross stuff in there and big bulky stuff. I can't be vacuuming up the big bulky stuff with the smaller hose or the Tornador Velocity. That's another one of the downfalls of the Tornador Velocity. If you're wondering, a lot of stuff will plug it up. I almost never plug it up anymore because I'm so used to it now. I really know what to avoid. Don't vacuum up French fries with the Velocity. Don't vacuum up Skittles. And then before you break out the Velocity, just do a quick bulk with the big vacuum, and that seems to be working good. When I first got that thing, I was getting it plugged up on every single vehicle. I wasn't like super annoyed because I knew what I was doing. It was just outside of what that tool is capable of, but it is something, you know, it's not perfect. None of this is perfect. But what is perfect is how perfect these carpets are when I'm done with them, because, whoa, look at this thing. Look at those carpets. They're horrible. I had no idea they were even this bad. I just did this detail the other day and I already forgot how bad it was, but looking at the footage here, it's super bad. We got crumbs all over the place, and there's all kinds of, you know, food bits in there, rubber bands and nutshells, and there is a lot of dog hair. You might not be able to see it because the quality of this GoPro isn't super great. It's the best camera for me right now for this POV style of detailing, and you get to watch me do the whole thing, which is awesome. But it doesn't really show how much dirt is actually in these carpets, and there is a lot of dog hair in there. And not only was there a lot of dog hair, but it was the worst kind. It was the short-haired dog hair that tends to get really deeply embedded in carpet fabrics, and not only just embedded but woven into those fabrics, which makes it end up being quite difficult to vacuum out. That's why a lot of vehicle owners end up just going to a detailer, because they can't even seem to touch dog hair. I've had so many people say, I tried vacuuming it, but I just gave up, and then gave it to me, and then it looked absolutely perfect after. But I do struggle with dog hair. Obviously, all detailers, I think, struggle with dog hair. It just takes longer. Got to put more effort into it, and every dog hair and every carpet is sort of different, so you kind of just gotta play with it a little bit and see what works. Sometimes you can just get away with vacuuming it, depending if it's not too bad, and if it's long dog hair. That long dog hair cleans up really nice. The short dog hair is really crazy and evil, so yeah. And yeah, you just gotta play around with dog hair and see what works. So will the vacuum work on its own? Okay, maybe not. Well, let's try the drill brush. If the drill brush doesn't work, then okay, that sucks, and we're gonna have to put an extra step. We're gonna have to use the rubber pet tool. So then, yeah, that's basically how I hit it. When I get pet hair, I like to bulk it with the bigger vacuum, and then I like to hit it with the Tornador Max a bunch and just get the pet hair down as much as possible. And then I'll either switch up and choose either the drill brush or the rubber dog tool next. And to be honest, I've actually been not using the drill brush as much. I've been using the rubber tool more, because it does a way better job. And why mess around? But yeah, I wish. And then the drill brush is kind of annoying too, because it tends to fling stuff all over the place, but it does do a good job. It doesn't do a great job, but it does do a good job. And it will be enough on some types of dog hair. But that short dog hair, you definitely need to be breaking out all kinds of tools and to be getting it. Sometimes it's just impossible. You have to pull it out with tweezers, or, you know, with the fake detailers, what would they say? Just paint the carpet black and don't worry about it. I wish it was that simple. I wish I could get away with that, but I can't, because I like doing quality work, and I want to build, you know, a lot of trust in really high value customers that value their vehicles being cleaned and value spending money with my detailing business. So I always do as best a job as possible, and I don't cheat anything. And I really like this rubber pet hairbrush. Just the shape of the tool, it's pretty good overall. It's a pentagon. It's got a hole in the center so you can stick your fingers in there, or your thumb. You can get a really good grip on it. And it's got all these different sides to it. So it's basically got 5 sides you can wear out. The rubber does wear out eventually. It's like a pencil eraser. over time it just erodes away. So this one, it has 5 sides, so it's going to last a really long time. And it's got those, I wouldn't say corners, but it's got, corners, angles. So you can really get those corners into the tighter areas. And it seems to work pretty well, as you can see. Well, I guess you can't see because it's so blurry, but if you see any of my before and after pictures, you'll know that basically these carpets are pretty much hair-free. There might be like the odd hair here and there, but I try to get them, even if I have to pull them out by hand. Just having that perfect look for the customer is really ideal. It makes them super happy and super grateful too, in most cases. Wow, that looks way better already. I had quite a bit of fun watching that myself, just watching the transformation of that go from full of gunk, grossness, to how clean it is now. It almost looks spotless. But I'm even going to clean it up further and shampoo it. And then I got this slender tool here. I really like this tool. Well, I like the idea of this tool. I don't like this exact tool. It's a little bit too small. I wish it was a little bit bigger, because it does tend to get plugged up sometimes if I don't know that there's, peanuts or french fries under the seats, and then, those french fries will plug up this tool. But it is really good for getting in between the seat and the center console. Lifesaver, for sure. So I also, on top of this slender vacuuming tool here too, I usually use a brush. Long slender brush, but I haven't been using it lately because I find that it's super annoying and I don't always need it. It's not the greatest brush. It's pretty good. The problem with that brush is it's a little bit too long just for getting in between the seats and the center console. And I noticed that air gun that I was talking about earlier, it works really good for getting in between the seats and the center console. You can use that and not have to use like a pipe cleaner style brush. And I hate having that pipe cleaner brush inside the vehicle when I'm vacuuming, because it's just too big. And honestly, it needs to be, half the length that it is, or like a third of the length that it is. Oh yeah, and this is another one of the benefits of using that Tornador Max with velocity. You can really blow out the cup holders and the doors quite well. I like that. It helps me clean them out a bit, and it's a bit better than just going in there with an air tool and spraying the crumbs everywhere. It vacuums them up at the same time too, which is just a great benefit, even though how clunky that thing is. So I don't really struggle too much with dirty door jambs, dirty cup holder pockets. Now that I use this Tornador Max, I did in the past where, I thought I vacuumed it out or cleaned it out, or actually not vacuumed it out, using just a normal Tornador or an air tool. That's the worst on those door pockets there, because you'll blow them out, and then you'll come back to cleaning them with chemicals and stuff, and they'll be full of sand in there, and it'll just be a real pain in the butt having to clean those door pockets out with chemicals, and then they're full of sand at the same time too. It's just sand in your microfiber, and you're not getting it all. So it's really nice to use the Tornador velocity on that as well. It helps out. But I would say using just even a normal vacuum on the door pockets is so much better than using, compressed air alone, because the compressed air, it doesn't always get everything. It may look like it does on video, and people might even say that it gets all of it, but it really doesn't. A vacuum works the best. And then the Tornador Max with velocity. So just even a normal vacuum with the slender tool works better than the velocity. The velocity works pretty good, but the overall size of the tool is just a little bit too big, but it does a really great job. You just blow it out, vacuum up the dirt, you blow it out again, You vacuum up a little bit more dirt, and if you do that 2 or 3 times, you can pretty much get all the sand or any types of crumbs that have accumulated in the cup holder door pockets, as long as they're not, covered in corn syrup or pop or coffee. Which I haven't seen that in quite a while. In quite a few details. I haven't had too much trouble with corn syrupy vehicles. Those are kind of bad. They're kind of bad. A vehicle that has a heavy amount of spilled pop and coffee it can be quite as bad as, serious dog hair. It takes a lot of time, especially if it's a heavy layer of that corn syrup. Ooh, that'll take forever to break down. You have to bust out the steam cleaner for sure. Oh, and that's a great thing to talk about. I don't know if you have noticed from my videos, if you've been paying attention, but you'll notice that I almost never use a steam cleaner, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Basically, the steam cleaner, I feel like, is very slow, and people who are in the cleaning industry and have been cleaning with steam for long enough, I think we can all agree that steam doesn't really sanitize stuff. It can absolutely sanitize stuff, but you have to be careful with that, because at some point you might be, if you're wanting to sanitize the entire interior of a vehicle with steam, it might not even happen. Because you're going to have to get the surfaces super hot for an extended period of time, and the steam out of steam cleaners, it doesn't really work like that. It gets quite hot, but you have to let it sit there for a bit. You can't just give it a quick 1-second blast and expect it to be sanitized. You have to spend a bit of time and actually feel that the surfaces has heated up, because the steam, it's hot, but it needs to be on that surface for quite a bit for it to, get to a certain temperature, and then the germs on that surface are killed. But yeah, so I don't actually use the steam cleaner, because after a while I kind of came to that conclusion that, this isn't really kind of steaming and sanitizing. It is steaming, and I have a really nice steam cleaner too, by the way. It is steam cleaning and sanitizing, but it's not getting like every single area, because you have to superheat an area to sanitize it with steam. And a lot of the time the steam cleaner, it's quite hot and quite warm, and it can hurt your hand, but it usually doesn't hurt my hands, so it's not that hot. So that's kind of one reason why I don't use the steam cleaner. It's a little bit misleading. It's not really sanitizing. Some people like to say, sanitize with steam, but that isn't really the case. You can spot sanitize some areas, but you can't really sanitize the entire vehicle with steam. To the degree of, let's say like an operating room or something. You're not getting that level of sanitation with steam. It might look like it, but that's not what's actually happening in reality. And the other thing that the reason why I don't use my steam cleaner is because it's my actual steam cleaner. It's a big, expensive steam cleaner. It's quite bulky, and I don't really like packing it around, especially in the small shop. It's quite cumbersome and annoying. And it would be fine if it had a long hose like my vacuum and the Tornador Max. It has a long hose, but that steam cleaner, it doesn't really have a long hose. It has a perfectly fine hose, but the hose isn't like 50 feet long, which is kind of what you need when you're doing, professional detailing. All your tools that have hoses, they need to have like 50-foot long hose, so you can just go around the entire vehicle, and you don't have to get up and go to the machine, reposition the machine, go back to the vehicle. That's what happens with the steam cleaner. And then the other reason that I don't like using the steam cleaner is because it gets the plastics. When I'm talking about cleaning plastics, it gets the plastics too wet. And just know that the steam cleaner that I have is a high quality steam cleaner that makes dry steam, and even that dry steam is a little bit too wet. I know that kind of sounds ridiculous. I would rather even have a wetter steam, to be honest, because then it would get surfaces hotter. The dry steam doesn't really get surfaces as hot, because it's kind of like hot, moist air you're blowing, rather than, boiling hot liquid. So, yeah, if you really want to sanitize something, you need like a wet steam cleaner. something that those professional carpet cleaners people use that do restaurants carpets. Those people have some really crazy steam cleaners, and those I would assume do a much better job at sanitizing than the majority of the auto detailing steam cleaners. So that's why I don't like using my steam cleaner. 1, it's big and bulky. 2, it's just another tool. And 3, it leaves surfaces too wet. 4, it doesn't really steam clean, like sanitize like you would think it does based on advertising and just what it would appear that it does. But it is an absolutely crucial tool, and it is super important when you need it. Basically, out of all of the vehicles that I do, I basically use it like once out of every 10 vehicles, I would say. So I don't use it very often. But if I had a vehicle that had crazy greasy stains and I needed to spot treat a stain on a seat or a carpet, then the steam cleaner would be amazing. Or if you get a vehicle that has a lot of spilt coffee, a lot of spilt pop, gum, lollipops stuck to the carpet, any of that corn syrup type of mess, the heat from the steam cleaner is really important. Sometimes I absolutely need it in cup holders. There's nothing I can do, and I will break out the steam cleaner just for a minute just to deal with those cup holders, or else you can't really remove, syrup from a cup holder, a thick layer of syrup. I'm talking from a cup holder with, degreaser or high alkaline cleaner and a detail brush. You can, but you're going to sit there, you're going to have to work it, agitate, mop it up, and then you could find yourself doing that 10 times, and then that, half an inch layer. I've definitely seen a half an inch layer of corn syrup built up into cup holders, and, you need the steam cleaner then. You need the steam cleaner. It's rare that I see that, but that's when the steam cleaner comes in handy. And here the battery on my light bar died, and gotta go charge it. It's kind of annoying. I don't have enough of those DeWalt batteries. I'm just waiting, basically saving up money and building up the business, and then I'm gonna splurge again on a bunch of stuff. Basically getting the shop, I spent a bunch of money. I'm just trying to keep my expenses down and pay off all the bills that I incurred setting up the shop. So yeah, but I would definitely like to get a bunch more of those DeWalt batteries and another DeWalt drill as well, because I have a drill and an impact, and you can't use the impact for detailing. I mean, if you had to, you can limp an impact through a detail, but you don't want to be using that drill brush and then your drill brush is impacting. It wrecks it wrecks all of those cone-shaped and flat-shaped drill brush heads. They're not meant to be impacted, so you need a normal standard drill that doesn't impact. All right, back to actually what I'm doing and get off of this tangent. So this trunk was really dirty. It didn't look too dirty, but it was pretty dirty, and all the dog hair that was in this trunk was really cooked in there. It was like, and when I say cooked in there, I mean the short dog hair was woven into the fabrics and they had become one. So it took a while, and the end result wasn't that great. The before and after is probably pretty good, but I didn't get perfect results, and I didn't chase perfect results on this one because I don't know if they were looking for perfect results, and I don't know if they're going to be bringing their dog back into the vehicle. So that's one thing about, when you get dog hair vehicles, the owner, they're usually just going to toss their dog back in the vehicle within a couple days. So getting every single hair sometimes isn't absolutely critical. It's a little bit more critical on people that are selling their vehicles, so I try to. But yeah, as you can see here, these dog hairs were deep in there, and I couldn't even get them out with this the pet hair brush. Sometimes you just got to keep working a single dog hair forever, pushing it in all different directions to get it to pop out. Or hit it up with the tweezers. I haven't yet used tweezers on dog hair yet. I should. sometimes I feel like it'd be more useful than actually a pet hairbrush. So this trunk, it was pretty bad, and I would assume that the dog, this is where they keep the dog, is in the back of the trunk here, because it kind of looked like this carpet was kind of matted down, and it was a little bit greasy and just overall kind of dirty. So I think the dog was laying there, and that's why this dog hair was kind of the worst. The dog's, pushing its hairs into the carpet fabric. And I tried my best. I went over it quite a few times, probably 2 or 3 times at least, and I spent a bunch of time here, and eventually I just said, yeah, that's enough of this. That's enough of this. There was also some woody debris in there too. I'm not really too sure what those woody debris were. It's kind of like bark or leaves or some kind of brown material. That also wasn't coming up. I don't know what it was. It was just really deep in there and woven into there, probably from the dog laying on top of it, and it just happens. I do the best I can, and then when it gets to a certain point, I just say, okay, that's enough. I'm cutting it there, and I've just used that method in my detailing, and I haven't had an issue. I haven't had a single complaint yet, and I guess whatever I'm happy with, the customers are quite happy with, and so far it's been good so far. No complaints on any of the details I've ever done. And just to go off on a side tangent, I'd hate to admit it, but for the first time actually ever, I broke something in someone's vehicle just a few details ago. And yeah, that really got to me. It really upset me, and I spent a lot of time. I was able to fix what I broke, by the way, but that was the first time I ever broke something, and I'll just tell you right now quickly what happened. So someone bought a brand new vehicle, and inside that brand new vehicle, it was all covered in mold because, I don't know, I guess it was sitting on the lot for a couple of years, and no one was ever driving it, and it's just getting humid inside the vehicle. Also, a window in that vehicle was broken at some time, so I guess it rained in that vehicle, and then the dealership, they didn't know. It was brand new, like 0 kilometers. Just probably sitting on the lot for two years or something, not being sold, because it was a particular vehicle. It was a massive service truck with a crane on it. It was a Dodge Ram 550. So anyway, yeah, it had a bunch of mold in it because no one was driving it. The window was smashed in, probably rained in it a few times, that HVAC system. And then what that customer was really particular about it, and they paid me a bunch of money, and it was a different type of detail. It was a seat removal detail. And I ended up snapping a bolt, and I pulled a lot of seats out of vehicles, and I've never snapped a bolt. So I snapped a bolt on a seat, and that was super annoying. It's not really a big deal to, fix something like that if you know how to do it, but it kind of stressed me out, and it took a long time, but I got it fixed, no problem. So if you snap a bolt, all you got to do is you just got to drill that bolt out, and what I did was I started with a really small bit, and I drilled it out with a small bit, nice and center and plumb, right down the middle, and then I progressively worked until a larger and larger bit until I got to the diameter of the actual bolt, and then at that point the bolt is actually what's left is weakened in there, and it just crumbles and falls out, and then you got your threads back in. But that took me a while. That took me a while to fix. It kind of messed up my day because I snapped that bolt, and I didn't have the right drill bits neither. I think I had wood drill bits or something, and so I ended up drilling a bolt out with wood drill bits, and it worked, but it took a long time because they were wood bits, I think. And it was a really hard bolt too. Seat bolts are super hard too. They're like, there's all these different grades of how hard a bolt is, and seat bolts are up there when it comes to hardness. I think it's a grade 10.8 or something, and I went out and bought a new bolt. So yeah, I broke something of someone's for the first time ever, and a couple hundred details or something. But I was able to fix it, but it stressed me out because I don't like damaging the customer's stuff, and I always try to do my best work, and I'm cautious of not breaking people's stuff. And if I ever do break people's stuff, I fix it. But it kind of messed with me because I had some timing that day, and it took me a long time, and I was running around. And yeah, it took forever. I should have went out and bought metal drill bits too, or really high quality metal drill bits for drilling hardened steel. So yeah, that's just a little story of something, the first thing I've ever broke in a customer's vehicle. Out of all the vehicles I've done to this day, I broke a seat bolt. And yeah, I've had seat bolts that were really horrible, and I thought I was going to break them, but they just never broke. But that just goes to show you with the quality of newer vehicles and all that is declining. So on a truck like a 2002 F350, I pulled the seat bolts out. They were crazy rusted. They were so difficult even to pull out with a big breaker bar. I swore I was going to break them. They never broke. Everything was all fine. But this like 2024 Dodge Ram 5500, I'm not going to say I wasn't cranking on it. I was cranking on it with the breaker bar, and yeah, the bolt broke. And you know, it's a new truck, so the bolt shouldn't have been and never driven, so the bolt shouldn't have been too rusted, but it was rusted. That was the problem. So since, like I was saying, that vehicle had mold in it, a broken window, and it rained inside a bunch, the bolt was rusted from the top and the bottom on that one bolt, and it snapped because it was too hard. It was too hard, too rusted up in there from the top and the bottom, and you know, probably using lower quality products now, as is with everything in this capitalist society. Not that I'm complaining, I do love capitalism, but that's just the byproduct of what happens. You know, the quality of things tend to go down over time, even though they should be good quality with the money you're spending and, you know, even being graded. And I took the bolt out properly too. I lubed it up with some good lube, and I was able to look under the vehicle to where the bolt was exposed, and I wire brushed the rust off of the bottom part of the bolt. And I didn't use my impact gun. I used just a breaker bar the whole time, and the bolt still snapped. It snapped like it snapped like putty. Eventually, at a certain point, when the going got real tough, the bolt snapped. And it took me a long time to drill that bolt out. It took me like 2 hours. I had the wrong drill bits, and you know, so that was just a nightmare. And that's something I'll be careful of going forward. I'll make sure to get better drill bits and just be more prepared to fix broken bolts, because I absolutely love pulling the seats out of vehicles, and I'm not going to stop doing that. Basically, in my opinion, you know, that is a real detail when you get to pull the seats out, and even when you get to pull the carpets out of a vehicle, that is a true detail. A vehicle is going to be cleaner than when it came off the lot. Maybe not off the line, but when it came off the lot. Ideally. Alright, anyway, back to the detail. It looks like I'm almost done with the vacuuming here. I think I am done. Yeah, it all went good. But I don't know if you were paying attention in... So I don't know if you're actually paying attention to what I was doing in the detail, but in real life I did forget to do that front area there. I went from the trunk, and then I usually always do the trunk last. So I did that trunk, and then I wrapped up all my vacuuming tools. I cut it out of the video because it was dumb and embarrassing. But anyway, I wrapped up all my tools, and then I had a little water break, and then I went back to the vehicle and I looked at it and I was like, oh, the front passenger seat still needs to be vacuumed. So I rolled out all my tools again and set it all back up and blah blah blah. I did that. So that was annoying. And I didn't show you guys that. I spared you guys from watching me make that blunder, but that is actually what happened. So just little things like that end up making some of these details take a long time. And I spent all day on this detail, partly because I was filming. Filming does take a while, even if it's still just the GoPro point of view. But I went all out on this vehicle for this client. This is a returning client. They have given me multiple vehicles, and still to this day they're saying they are going to bring more and more vehicles. It's a company, and I guess they just supply fleet vehicles to their employees, and this is one of their employees' vehicles. But I ended up spending all day because this is a valued client. They pay me well. They don't care about the price. And they also tip on top. So I literally spent all day on this vehicle from 9 in the morning till 5 or 6 p.m. at night. That's how long this detail took, like 8 hours or something like that. With the filming and taking breaks and all that, it takes quite a while. So if I wasn't filming, I could probably get it done quite significantly faster, but it took a while. And I was also this one, I was going a little bit slow. I was tired on this detail because I've been cranking them out. It's spring now, and it's getting busier, and people are calling every day, multiple people, a couple people a day. So I've been cranking out details here quite a bit here and there. So yeah, this one did take a while. I was a little bit tired on this one. I think it was this one's like end of the week here, and I've just done detail after detail after detail. So I did end up, I was moving, I could feel it, just at the end of this detail, I was moving really slow like a slug. Usually I'm running around, getting things done fast, moving really quickly with my hands. But on this one, I was just tired from, a week's worth of detailing. But yeah, that's a good thing, keeping busy and, working more and more. All I got to do is just keep working more and more, and then you just, you build up that stamina and that strength, and it's a good thing. You'll get over it. You'll be cranking out details all the time and not super tired. It was a little bit slow over the winter, especially when it was minus 20 and colder. It actually did slow down a bit there. During the Christmas, I didn't see too much slowing down. It was warm, and I guess people were wanting to spend money. It was Christmas time. People are having that, money spending in their head. And Christmas was actually December was actually a fairly good month. My very first month in the shop. So I ended up paying all my bills within the first week of December for that month. So it was pretty good. And then February, and then the cold snap and minus 20, it did actually quite slow down. I wonder if it was me, or I wonder if it was my marketing. I wonder if it was the cold, or I wonder if it was my marketing, because I think something did get messed up with my marketing a little bit there during that cold. But anyway, okay, back to the detail now. I think I'm only getting to the shampoo now. So I've got my heated extractor all set up here. It's the Myee 8070 heated extractor, and I have two different extractor heads for this. This is the one I'm holding right now. It's the original extractor head that comes with the machine when you buy the machine brand new. And I also have a second extractor head that some of you guys have been asking me about here and there. It's called the actual name of that product is called the Myee Super GT extractor head, something around those lines. And I love them both. But honestly, I'm switching back to the original one because it's a little bit more cinematic for YouTube videos. It absolutely does a better job for dirtier vehicles. But the Super GT head has its benefits too for clean vehicles and for doing seats. It's an absolute boss. And it also, this original one leaves the fabrics too wet. So that's something you're going to think about depending on the weather. I'm noticing I do have to, if I use this extractor head that you see me in the video, I do have to hold the vehicles overnight when it's cold outside. The seats just won't dry. That's how wet this extractor head gets it. And to help out, this is a heated extractor, but it's not it's a super powerful machine, but it's not a crazy powerful machine. It's a 120 volt. I would like to see a heated extractor that's a 240 volt, so it had a lot more jam in the heating area. So to help out this extractor, what I do is I put fairly warm water or hot water in the extractor. Be careful about too hot water. You don't want to break your extractor, but I fill the tank with warm water. And when I say warm water, I'm going to say 140 Fahrenheit in that, let's say 125 Fahrenheit in that area of warmth. Not hot so that you're not going to melt something internally inside of the extractor, but hot enough so that you have hot water in the tank. And then when you do that, you get really crazy hot water out of the end of the machine, out of the extractor head, because this machine, it has an inline water heater. So naturally, if you put cold water into your machine, you're going to be putting a lot more stress and effort on that inline water heater, and it's going to take it longer to heat up cold water. And if you use hot water, then it comes out a lot hotter, a lot faster, and a lot more continuous. Of course, with that heated extractor and you're using cold water, if you let it warm up, the inline water heater, you let it warm up, it'll have piping hot water, but eventually, at some point, it'll run cold again because you're just forcing too much through the machine for the inline water heater to keep up, because it's not powerful enough, basically. But if you start out with hot water, that inline water heater, it's going to give you a lot more hot water. And if you're detailing as business, which you definitely are if you own that machine, you're going to basically be wanting to use a lot of hot water continuously. You don't want to have to stop and wait for your hot water to heat up just to do an extraction. And the hot water, it does make a big difference, especially the water can get hot enough out of that machine that it can clean gum off of carpets, which is usually something that is a steam cleaner is most known for, is cleaning gum, because it gets hot. It can melt the gum. But this heated extractor, when it gets really, really hot, it can also clean gum and melt the gum. So yeah, that's another reason also why I don't always break out the steam cleaner, because the heated extractors, if you have gum in the seats, sometimes the heated extractor can deal with it. Or even the chemicals alone, if you just let those chemicals sit on the gum for long enough. But all gum is different in the fabric, so it's not always a guarantee. The steam cleaner with gum is pretty much always a guarantee. The heated extractor work maybe 50% of the time, and chemicals 50% of the time too. So as always, I kind of missed it when it came up because I'm just rambling here. As always, the first thing I use is that 3D orange degreaser. I use that S on everything, and I use it on carpets as well because carpets get greasy, and it is a degreaser. So I first spray on the 3D orange degreaser, and then I come back with the PNS carpet bomber and the IK foam sprayer. And I use that IK foam sprayer just because it makes a nice foam. It's a little bit cinematic for YouTube purposes, and foam is kind of nice for cleaning. It stays wetter longer, and sometimes foam can lift dirt out of cracks, and it just slightly gives you an easier, better opportunity for cleaning in some circumstances. But yeah, 3D orange, then PNS Express, and the IK foam sprayer. I like that IK foam sprayer. It's great. It's nice not to have to pump, but it is kind of annoying for me since I make these videos and it's a little bit noisy. And another downside about that product is they make that product, it looks like, for people to be using as a foamer for exterior washes, where I personally don't care for that use because I have a foam cannon and pressure washer. But what I would like to use it for is for cleaning, dispersing, cleaning solution to whatever I'm cleaning: engine bays, carpets, and floor mats, and seats, fabric seats. And it's great for that. But the spray nozzle, it's not really the best for carpets, but it is kind of nice. Since I'm doing YouTube videos, the foam is nice, but it would just be nice to have something that just sprays liquid instead of foam. And you can do that. I think I do that sometimes. I pull the foam out of the IK foamer. If you own the tool, they're right on the tip of the nozzle. There's a sponge that makes it make a lot of foam. And if I'm not making YouTube videos, I'll pull it out because I don't really want foam all the time on carpets. I want a little bit more liquid. But since it makes better content for the YouTube videos, it's just more visually stimulating, and it's not too bad having foam. But that's one thing that it feels like it's not that great of a tool for using it for carpet, applying carpet cleaning solution to carpets. just because of the nozzle. And the nozzle, it sprays in a really wide fan, which I don't like. I wish it was the cone shape. That's the biggest hang up. Other than that, that's an amazing tool, that IK foam sprayer. It's kind of nice, you don't have to pump. I don't mind pumping. I've been using the hand pump for years, so it doesn't really bother me. But I thought I'd try it out. It's a nice fancy tool, and I bought it for the business. And it has helped me out. It is nice not to have to think about pumping that sprayer. Does it save me a lot of time? I don't know if it saves me a lot of time, because my details take forever, so I can't really say that. But I suppose it does. I guess it would take me forever and a bit of pumping. And so back to the Myee extractor heads. There's two different heads, and what I mean by head is the wand that I hold in my hand. And right now this is the original, this is the classic, this is what comes with the device. This one's better, and you've seen me if you watched any of my other videos, you've seen me using the other one as well. The one that I'm using currently in this video right now, it's better for cleaning super dirty carpets because it uses more water. But I say that it's kind of a weird thing. You have to use these tools to know exactly what I'm talking about. But it applies more water to the carpet. And, there's a lot of detailers out there saying you should clean carpets this way, you should clean carpets that way, you shouldn't use water, blah, blah, blah. For me, I personally feel like when the carpets are dirty, when there's mud in carpets, you need to use a lot of water, because that water dilutes the mud down into something that the vacuum can suck up. And then you just have to repeat that process over and over. I would way rather just use a whole bunch of water and vacuum up muddy carpets than sit there and apply chemical to carpets and then dab the carpets with a microfiber wash mitt, soak up the mud a little bit, throw that microfiber, get a fresh one, repeat. No, I don't. That's not my style. I don't really like that. I know a lot of detailers do that, and a lot of the faster detailers do that, but I don't know. And in theory it does work, but it doesn't do a deep clean. It does more of a surface cleaning than a deep clean, because these carpets in cars are super dirty. Even if you clean the top layer, there's always even with an extractor, there's always going to be dirt under the carpet. That's why I say the best detail is when you remove the carpet from the vehicle, then you can actually get it cleaned. But that's pretty outside of the ordinary, and not too many. I don't know how many people are going to want that. That's a special ask. But I would love to do that on every single detail if people wanted that and were willing to pay for that. Yeah, pull the seats out. Spend 30 hours on the detail. Okay, let's go. Not the seats out. Pull the seats and carpets out. Spend 30 hours on the detail. Let's go. Absolutely. And then it would just be such quality work. I did that to my personal F350. I pulled the seats and the carpets, and holy shit, it was such a... I think I spent 50 hours on my personal truck. It was such a high quality job. It was amazing. And it smelled kind of bad because I had that truck parked at my dad's farm for a while, and I think it had a pack rat in the engine bay, and the whole truck kind of ended up smelling like pack rat. And after I put that 50-hour detail where I pulled the seats out, pulled the carpets up, it was perfect. It smelled like such a clean vehicle. I've never cleaned a vehicle and it smelled that clean. Because no matter how much you do these, 1-day details, 4-hour to 1-day details, the vehicles, they don't really smell that great because, it's not really that deep of a clean. Technically the surfaces are clean, but the vehicle still can hold on to like its original kind of odor or musk. But when you take apart a vehicle, when you pull the seats out, when you pull the carpets out, when you pull the center console out, when you pull the kick guard plastic on the doors and you clean under those, and you clean the whole shell of the vehicle, and then you do an ozone treatment and you do this crazy high level detail, that will absolutely make your vehicle smell perfectly clean and just absolutely pleasant to be inside of the vehicle. So yeah, so you see me doing this detail here. I spent, just give you an idea of what I'm talking about, this detail here I spent a full day, 8 hours on it. When it was done, it's not like it smelled super great. It smelled, perfectly fine. But it didn't smell like amazing. Outside of, me adding a scent to the vehicle, but just having the clean smell, it didn't smell like that, because you can't achieve that unless you really take the whole vehicle apart. You remove the carpets and all that. You still get, when you clean a vehicle as clean as I clean this, you still get the odors from underneath the carpets. There's just no getting around that. And also, the seat belts and the headliner, and you have to clean those things thoroughly as well. So there's a lot to think about when you actually want to change the odor completely of a vehicle. It's a very, very time-consuming process. I'll try and get back on topic there. I kind of got a little bit off topic there, just flexing how I spent 50 hours detailing my F350, and it was amazing though. It was amazing. Back to this detail here. So yeah, this area of the vehicle, I don't really spend too much time cleaning this area. Back of the seat, it has the impossible carpet. I don't really spend a crazy amount of time. I kind of just try and do a one pass. Maybe in this, it looks like I'm doing quite a bit of work here. Usually I don't do that much. I guess this vehicle was kind of dirty, so I did spend more time. But if this was like a new vehicle and they wanted the shampoo and the seat and that impossible carpet behind the seat was pretty clean, I would just almost do a hack job cleaning it, because they're super clean anyway, but I would still shampoo it. That one there, I spent a bit of time. I think it looked like I went over it 2 or 3 times. But normally I would just do once super quick. What I did here was, twice or 3 times, and spent a fair bit of time. Because I think the dog, was leaning up against that, so I did have to put a good clean on that one. Oh, and about the heated extractor there, I don't really talk about it or show it too much, but also when I add that hot water to the heated extractor, another thing that I do is I add I don't know how to explain it, a finishing product to the tank. So it's not a cleaning chemical, it's a acidic finishing product, because when you clean carpets, you're putting high alkaline cleaners into the carpets, and you need to neutralize those high alkaline cleaners with something acidic. It's pretty simple, it's pretty basic. It's just, I wouldn't go think too much about it. It's just an extra little step you can do just to improve the quality of your work and, make people happy. And so if they're rubbing up against the fabrics of the seats, their skin isn't getting irritated by leftover high alkaline cleaners. And the neutralizing agent that I put in my heated extractor, I actually put it in the tank of the heated extractor. It's called hypochlorous acid, and it's a homemade chlorine. When I say homemade chlorine, I mean I bought a machine that makes hypochlorous acid, so I just make it in-house, and instead of having to buy a product off the shelf and spend money to a company that would sell a hypochlorous acid product, or what's commonly used is hydrogen peroxide. I'm not going to say the same thing, but essentially they're fairly the same thing. They're both oxidizing products that are slightly acidic. So, hydrogen peroxide, you put it in wounds, it sterilizes wounds and stuff like that. But I think that's kind of old school. It's out of date. That's like an old wives' tale, basically, nowadays. Because hypochlorous acid, hydrogen peroxide, it's not even good to pour in wounds, because it can eat away at the healing flesh. But hypochlorous acid, it's the same thing. It's a chlorine that's an oxidizer, like hydrogen peroxide, but it's FDA, USDA, food grade, medical grade, safe on human skin and safe on food. So, I think it's even safer than hydrogen peroxide, but they basically do the same thing. They sanitize and they oxidize the surface, and they're slightly acidic, so it can break down that high alkaline cleaner. I know that's a lot to think about, and kind of boring and all that, but I'm just trying to tell you guys what I put into my heated extractor's water tank. It's hot water, and I use hypochlorous acid. So the water that I spray into the surface, it's neutralizing the high alkaline cleaners, and then after I've extracted a bunch, and you see me spray the carpet one more time with another neutralizer, and then I mop it up with more hypochlorous acid, and then I mop it up with microfiber, that's what I'm doing there. Is I'm just trying to neutralize the cleaning chemicals that I'm putting in, any leftover cleaning chemicals. Because yeah, it's a great thing to say that, you know, keep extracting until, you know, you get all the cleaner out, but you just can't get all the cleaner out, or it's just not in the time and the budget to, you know, get all of the cleaner out with the extractor. You'd have to, sometimes that those cleaners are in there so deep, you have to extract it 10 times just to get it out. But I basically get it to the point where it's basically all out, and then I come back and I neutralize it with that hypochlorous acid. Plus, when I spray water from my wand there, it's spraying that hypochlorous acid, so I'm double neutralizing it. Just to let you guys know what I do, and yeah, that's the kind of quality that I strive for. I'm not completely 100% there in my business yet, but I'd love to be there, like just a super high-end quality detailing shop. And you know, it's just you learn as you go, and I'm learning as I go. And I'm certainly learning that it's kind of hard to build up a business, and it takes time. And I've tried building up a few different businesses in the past. I'm always trying to build up a business, but they usually never work out, the businesses that I choose. But this detailing business, it's actually probably the easiest business that anybody could start. You know, it's fairly simple. It's just cleaning. But you have to do a good job of cleaning. You have to be responsible. You have to have really good tools and products, and you have to get, you know, the job done in a timely and profitable manner. Timely so that the customer gets their vehicle back because they need their vehicle, and profitable so that you're, you know, not spending too much time, or you're at least being compensated fairly, and that the business can not only turn a profit but grow as well. So those are the things that I'm learning, and basically from what I'm learning is that I am not charging enough money. I'd like to charge more, but I don't know, I'm going to be charging more for sure, because I know that I should be charging more. But I don't know if it's really in my area. I live in a really small town, so I don't know, you know, if how high I can go with prices. Like, I'm not in some crazy city like Miami or these big American cities where people have tons of money. I'm in this little tiny Canadian city. So, you know, the prices can only go up to a certain point where I've just run out of people that can afford these prices that I will want to charge, and that I feel that the business is worth charging. So I have to be really careful about that. I don't want to turn into one of those detailers that does fake detailing and, you know, charges a lot of money. I'm just going to hold on a sec because there's a plane flying here. Alright, so yeah, that plane's gone now, and I was saying charging prices as a detailing business. Yeah, I live in a really small town, so, you know, the prices, they can only go so high before I run out of people that make enough money that can say yes to this detail, because I do get a lot of calls. And when I first started my business, my prices were so low, you know, 100% of people were saying yes. And now, you know, my prices are going up and a little bit, and people, maybe 50% of people are saying no now, or they're going to shop around, and I'm totally fine with that, because the time and the energy and the quality that I put into my details, I feel that it's worth a lot, and it's worth a lot to the people that value that type of service. And I just got to keep up with that quality of work, and then, you know, the word will get out. It's really hard to convey that type of value to someone from, you know, advertising, where it might be more valuable through word of mouth, where, you know, someone's trusted friend tells them that, you know, this guy did really good work, and, you know, his prices are high, but, you know, trust me, it's worth it. And it's really hard for me to figure out how to convey that with actual advertising. So I'm probably just going to have to wait for word of mouth to find the right clientele that is willing to spend that kind of money on these details, and hopefully I'll survive through that. I think so. I don't want to be doing cheap details, or, you know, faking details, because you can absolutely fake a detail, make it look clean where it's not actually clean, and then charge basically the same amount of money. I know that sounds like a great idea from a business point of view, but I would rather just do really high quality work and then charge even more money. I just got to find the people that value that, and I assume that'll come in time. But if you didn't hear me earlier, I'll just mention again. So the prices of my details are about $300 to $500 for just the interior, Canadian. And if you're in America watching this, Canadian pesos are not worth very much money to the American dollar. So, $300 to $500, that may sound like a lot, but I don't know what a Canadian dollar is worth to the American dollar at this time right now. I think it's like 50 cents on the dollar. That sounds like a joke. So that's probably going to get people mad and say, no, that's not true. It's 70 cents, but it feels like it's worth 50 cents. But anyway, I won't get off too much on that. So yeah, so these details I'm basically charging about $300 to $500, and I think it needs to be more money because the amount of quality and the effort. But that being said, I got to be careful with that too, because I can't really think that I'm doing a really good job and it's worth it, because there are some issues. My shop, it's too small. I'm maybe not moving at a speed fast enough to charge that $100 an hour rate or even higher. The small shop is kind of a hindrance because I can't really move around the shop or have my tools laid out where I'm not back and forth all over the place, and that sort of thing matters. You can't just say I do really good work, I'm worth $100 an hour, and then move like a snail. You got to move actually fast and do really good quality work to be saying, oh, I'm worth 100 or 150 for whatever dollars an hour. But basically right now I'm basically charging $75 an hour. I'm being very careful not to get under that number, because sometimes I can. Sometimes I just want to do a little bit more for people, or the vehicles are too dirty and the customer doesn't want to spend too much, and I end up doing working for less than that, which I really don't like, because it's business. The business costs me a lot of money and all that, but I'm getting there. I'm figuring it out. It's a learning process, all of it. And yeah, so one thing I've noticed over the entire time of me detailing is that I started out with all these detailing packages I thought people would want and all that. I guess this is area specific. It's going to depend on the areas, but basically from what I'm noticing, people only want one type of detail, and the majority, not everyone, the majority of people only want one type of detail. Their car is dirty, and when they get it back, they want it super clean. They don't know what detailing is. They don't know the nuances or the terms or anything or this or that. They just know their car is super dirty and they want it clean like brand new when they're back. So that is basically the only type of detail that I do. It's a full detail. Rarely, sometimes I get customers that ask for a maintenance detail or a half of a detail, as it would also be called. And sometimes that works out and sometimes it doesn't work out. I have to be really careful on that, because there's some people that they want half a detail because they don't want to spend very much money. And that's where it kind of sucks, because the vehicle could be too dirty for just a maintenance detail. And that customer doesn't care. They just want the cheaper package. So I usually don't even offer that service. I'm phasing that out. That was something that I was pushing a lot, was that an express detail or a maintenance detail. And now I'm noticing that can be trouble with the wrong customer. The customers are do advertise those lower priced detail, and they're going after that, and they're coming in with bombed vehicles. And so I'm kind of phasing it out now. When someone asks for, just an express or a half detail, I kind of say, no, I don't really do that. But also I don't really want to just tell a client to get lost and push them away. So now I don't really always say no. Oh, if you've seen that there, I kind of burnt myself with the hand, with the heated extractor there. It does get hot, and I hope I can get all this synced up, the audio and the video synced up quite right. But anyway, so yeah, I'm minimizing the services that I have with the interior detailing, because the vehicles in my area and the clients that I have really dirty vehicles. So there's no point in doing that half or express detail, and I end up working too hard, or else the quality of my work looks bad, and then it makes me have a bad name. So I try not to push that detail. But I don't like pushing customers away, and if a customer really needs a detail done, or they want me to do a detail, and they really say their vehicle's super clean, and I push them towards an hourly rate, which is what I'm basically doing for all clients now as well, to protect myself if a vehicle is way too dirty. And even if they still get the full package, some vehicles are just too dirty. They're just outside of the scope of what's practical for timing wise. But I just basically now I just push hourly service rates, and I try and do an express. I charge $150, and I don't spend any more time than 2 hours, but that's still very rare. I try to push customers away from that, and I let them know that if I can get it done in 2 hours, I'll do it in 2 hours, but if not and it takes longer, then I'll have to charge more. And sometimes it works out pretty well. You can kind of, when you're a detailer and you hear these customers telling you what's going on with their vehicle, you can kind of tell what's going on. If it's a true maintenance detail, you'll hear things like, it's brand new, I barely driven it, it's really not that dirty, and I just like to keep it new. And then that's something where I can say, okay, yeah, it sounds like it only takes 2 hours. And I don't ask for pictures of vehicles. And when people say they're going to bring their vehicle and have me take a look at it to get an estimate, I really push people away from that, because I'm only a one-man band right now, and if I'm in the middle of doing a detail, I really don't have time to be talking with a customer about their vehicle potentially for half an hour while another customer is waiting for me to finish their detail. So that's something that happens, and you just got to be careful. And I technically don't ever let people come and bring their vehicle so I can come have a look at it. Some people really like doing that, and I do let them, but I just let them know that I'm usually in the middle of work, and yes, come on, bring it down, we'll have a quick look at it. But it's basically the same story as over the phone. And I don't ask for pictures neither, because I do that hourly thing, and I don't like to go back and forth with clients with pictures and looking and discuss. It's like, it's too much friction. I feel like it's too much friction. It's just, it should be simple. Like, you need okay, I'll help you out. If it takes me too long, it's going to be more money, and I don't need to take a look and see if there's pet hair. Okay, good. It usually works out pretty good. But I will just say, today I did have a client stop by. I'm not even sure why they wanted to stop by, because they didn't even have me look at their vehicle, but they insisted that they stop by. But I think what they were getting at is they just wanted to see that I was reputable and look at my shop and see me as a person, rather than just somebody on a Google business platform or over the phone. So they stopped by today, and I didn't even look at their vehicle. I just shook their hand and said hello and gave them an idea of what I would do. And I didn't even look in their vehicle. They didn't even show me the vehicle, and they said, yep, okay, book me in for the next sort of vehicle. I think some people just want to feel like their valuable asset, such as a vehicle, is in the right hands. Because I do get a lot of people just give me their vehicles, very expensive brand new vehicles. I'm like, wow, that guy has a lot of trust. He doesn't know me at all. And I'm not like a big business, Target or Walmart or something, where the customer has a lot of faith in that company being held responsible for their actions. But absolutely, if I wrecked something of someone's, I would fix it, and if I couldn't, I would pay. And that's what I did with what I was talking about earlier in that seat bolt that I broke. The only time I've ever broken anything on a client's vehicle is that seat bolt, and that happened just a few details ago, and I fixed it. It took me a couple hours, but I fixed it. And I did mention it to them as well. As soon as I had it fixed, not as soon as it happened, as soon as I had it fixed, I contacted them. And I said, I broke the seat bolt, I'm really apologize, it's going to take me a lot longer. This is the first time it's ever happened, and I was able to drill the seat bolt out and pull the broken bolt out, no problem, without harming the threads, and they were totally fine. And then I said, if you have any problems down the road, just call me, you know who I am, and we'll take care of it if it's a problem down the road. But it shouldn't be. But I threw that out there. It's just a bolt and threads, and I didn't break the threads. But yeah, okay, I'll get back to the detail. I was on a tangent there talking about prices and stuff, but maybe I should talk about prices a little bit more. Yeah, so that one, it's just like that one detailing package that, you know, people's vehicles have gone, you know, beyond 3 months between cleanings, and they're just, you know, a little bit too dirty. It needs a full detail. If you have a daily drive vehicle and it hasn't been detailed in 3 months, it needs a full detail. You know, a maintenance isn't going to cut it if it's a daily drive and it's gone beyond 3 months without a cleaning. In my area, in my part of the world where I live here in Canada, that's for sure. Canada is like, I see these detailers from LA and the big cities in the US, and they have all these really clean vehicles and all that, and to me it seems like, you know, there's more people in the States, the chances of having cleaner people is likely, but it just looks like in these big cities there just isn't as much dirt. There's too much pavement. Canada, here in my smaller city of 100,000 people, it's kind of like a bush town. It gets dirty out here, and I think Canada is just general and dirty from what goes on here in Canada. Smaller cities, less pavement, and there's lots of industry going on in here, like big industry, large companies building dams, pipelines, and big construction projects. So it's just dirtier up here, and it's like a greasy kind of dirt because of all the gas and oil we do up here. That's a joke, but so I do a lot of vehicles. They just tend to be greasy. So that is what I mostly see. It's just that one package is over and over. I don't even really need to sell these multiple different packages anymore. I basically just tell people it's a premium. When they call me and ask for a detail, I just say it's a premium interior detail, and it's going to get you everything you want on the interior, and it includes this, and that. And I try and keep it short because to most customers, they don't know what detailing is and what it means to, you know, do the plastic dressing, or what it means to shampoo this or clean with steam that. They just want to know that their car is going to look like new, and I just try my best to convey that to them as quickly as possible. And I'll just bring up another thing. I should have mentioned this a while ago. I've been talking about pricing for so long. I don't even care what kind of vehicle it is, what the size of the vehicle is now. It's basically the same price for everybody, regardless of their vehicle. It's just hourly. And when I say that is that I noticed after doing quite a few vehicles that I can do a pickup truck, an F-150, an F-350, a Ram 1500, a Ram 3500. I can do a pickup truck, a really high level detailing on that pickup truck, and let's say my average time is 4 hours for a full interior detail with a shampoo and a basic exterior hand wash. I'm averaging around 4 hours when it's not too dirty and when it's not too clean. It doesn't matter to me if it's a car or a truck. It takes me around 4 hours. Trucks are easy to clean because you have so much space, and cars are hard to clean because they're so tight, and it goes by slower because I'm crammed in these nooks and crannies. And I'm not a big dude by any means, you know. I'm like short. I'm like a short king, like 5'9" or something, and I don't know what I weigh, 150 pounds max. And I have a hard time cleaning smaller vehicles. 4-door sedans. They take me just as long as a full-size pickup truck or longer, just because it's so small. There's no room to move around. So I don't care. I know a lot of detailers, it's standard in the industry. They say, a car is 200, an SUV is 300, and a truck is 400. That doesn't matter to me. It's just all about the timing to me, honestly. Because, you know, why would I want to charge less for a car that takes the same amount of time as a truck? And that's just what it's like for me doing these quality details. Maybe you can fake a car really fast. Just like pull it in, do a quick vacuum, and spray plastic dressing all over the place. Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense. No fake detailing here. And one thing I noticed too, it's kind of funny. I'm not trying to knock on, you know, any detailers here. You know, game is game. If you're like doing those fake details and you're making bank off it, well, you know, good on you. And if your customers are happy, you know, that's absolutely fine too. Maybe I'm missing the point here by going a little bit too quality with my details and not finding the customers that value those quite enough. But I'm going to talk about dealership detailers. So yeah, I don't mean to hate on any dealership detailers. Some are probably really good, but I've heard some stories on YouTube, and they're quite funny stories about how they can, cheat details really fast, do any vehicle in 45 minutes or something and clean the entire vehicle with just a plastic dressing type of spray. And I don't really want to do that. But maybe my integrity is a little bit too high. We'll figure out over time. We'll see if I can keep maintaining these quality details and keeping the pricing up super high, or my integrity falls through the floor and I just clean everything with plastic dressing. But that being said, just to knock on the dealership detailers a little bit. So I had a customer come by, this was a while ago, and they wanted a smoke odor removal, which is very expensive. For me, that starts at a minimum of $750, and it can go up because I remove the seats. So that's being quite generous, actually. That's pretty cheap, $750. It's like a 12-hour detail and then 4 hours of ozone treatment. And they really wanted the smoke odor out of their vehicle, and I told them it needed all this stuff, and I explained to them why and how the smoke odor works. And I think I don't want to say anything bad about anybody, but they just couldn't afford that detail. It was just too much money, or they didn't want to because it was a new truck to them. It was a used truck that they just bought from the dealership. But here is the line that it hasn't left me yet. I've still thought about this. They said, oh no, it doesn't need a detail. The dealership just detailed it. But they wanted the ozone treatment, and I was trying to tell them, this ozone treatment, it's not going to work as well because you need to have a very clean vehicle and then do the ozone treatment. You can't just, I need to make sure that I clean the vehicle in my smoke odor process to really guarantee to bring down, a smoke odor that was a 10. I could possibly bring it down to, maybe a 2 to a 4. And smoke odor is quite difficult too, so I try not to say I'm going to get perfect smoke odor removal results because you never know. So I seen the vehicle. They said the vehicle was just detailed by the dealership, and it looked horrible. The seats were greasy. The seat belts were greasy. It was like, it must have been smoker's tar grease because this vehicle was crazy dirty. This vehicle was crazy greasy. And they said the dealership just detailed it. It doesn't need a detail. And I looked at it, just from even a quick glance, I could tell, it's like, whoa, this thing is dirty and it's greasy. And so I did the smoke odor for them. I really tried to tell them not to. I don't even know if it's going to work. I can't guarantee it, but they said, let me try it. I got to try something with this smoke odor, and, I don't want to spend any more money on this truck because they just spent a bunch of money on the truck. So I was like, okay, I'll try it for you. And I don't know what I charged them for the ozone treatment. I think it was $49 just to plug in the ozone generator and let it run for 4 hours. But I went above and beyond for that person as well, too, because when I say this truck was greasy on the inside and then it just got detailed by the dealership, the seat belts were so greasy that they weren't retracting back into the vehicle. And what I noticed was those seatbelts were greasy, so I cleaned them. And once I cleaned the grease off of those seatbelts, they retracted back in to the vehicle super fast, like they normally should. And that's just going above and beyond for my clients. I don't normally do that. But I had the extra time, and I just did it because I had nothing. I was working on a detail at the time, but I finished it, and I had that one at the shop at the same time or whatever, so I was able to work on both and finished one detail, and then I spent a little extra time on the other one. So I cleaned their seatbelts for them. And they retracted really well. And I called them and I asked them, I said, hey, your seatbelts here are really slow to retract. Did you know this? And they said, yeah, the seatbelts are broken. I don't know what's wrong with them. And I said, well, these seatbelts are really greasy, and I cleaned them, and now they retract properly as they should. And I don't think they really cared or knew, but I think over time, after driving the truck for a couple of days, they must have realized, okay, this is awesome. The seatbelts work now. But yeah, that's just how greasy that vehicle was, and they were very set in their way that this truck was clean. The dealership's detailer just detailed it, and it did not need a detail, and it was greasy everywhere. It had gray seats, and you could just see the grease on the gray seats. So I don't know. That it just wasn't in that person's budget to actually pay for a full smoke odor. Anyway, back to the detail of what's actually happening. Actually, that's it for today. I'm gonna go home. This is taking a long time. Good night. So this is taking so long I had to take off and come back, so I have no idea what I was talking about before, but I'll just continue. So it looks like I'm cleaning the interior here, and I started out in the driver's seat, and I'm using my Tornador Max. I really like this Tornador Max. As I was saying earlier, I said I don't use my steam cleaner very much. Like one out of 10 details, I use the steam cleaner. And that's just because I find the Tornador Max is so much better. It doesn't use very much water, and it's kind of a small tool, and the hose is very long on it. It's like 30 feet long, so I can basically bring it anywhere. I can go all the way around the vehicle, and I don't have to mess with a big bulky machine. And not only that, but when you're cleaning the plastics of the vehicle, what tends to happen is that water or cleaning solution gets stuck in the cracks, and then you clean the vehicle and you dry it with a microfiber cloth, and you notice that there's still some leftover chem in the cracks of all the seams, and there's nothing you can really do about it, so you just leave it. And then by the time you're all done all the plastics, or you take a look over, there's runs all over the place. So that's why I like the Tornador Max. It stops that running from the liquid from running down the plastic seams. And that's one of the issues with the steam cleaner when I said it's too wet. The steam cleaner, it makes too much water. It really fills up all the cracks and the crevices with water, and then you don't have any way to blast that out. But with the Tornador Max, you can spray water. It's like a high pressure mist, which is awesome. It really digs out any dirt that's in the cracks and the crevices. And then you can just turn that water off, and then you can just spray just straight air, and then you can dry all your cracks and crevices. That sounds kind of dumb, but if you've done detailing, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then you can say something like, well, why don't you just have your Tornador or compressed air with your steam cleaner on the side? Well, then you're just lugging so much stuff all around the vehicle. It gets kind of annoying. And that's why I like to just go with the Tornador Max. It's just less hassle. It's already hassle enough having to use something like the Tornador Max or a steam cleaner. It'd just be a perfect world if you could do these details with just a brush and a rag. But it's not really that cut and dry, especially when the vehicles are really dirty, or they're just super technical with lots of cracks and crevices. But it can definitely be done without, steam cleaner or the Tornador Max. You'll just have to come back around after the water has run down the panel or whatever and mop it up. It's just something annoying, and it really takes away from the quality of your work if you forget to hit spots like that. And then the customer sees it down the road as they're driving. They've got all this water or chemtrails leaking down their plastic panels. Well, I just got another phone call. I completely forgot what I was talking about, trying to make these long, but I do remember. I'm talking about the steam cleaner and the Tornador Max. So, yeah, I really prefer the Tornador Max because it's just a little bit quicker, a little bit lighter duty, and a little bit more streamlining of the process. And then I know that I don't have to come back and look at an area twice. I always do come back and look at areas 2, 3, 4, or 5 times, but just if I can eliminate that one time of having to go back and do more work, then that's great. And that's why I don't like the steam cleaner, because it's super wet. You're blasting, even though my machine, it makes like really dry steam, it still is way wetter than this Tornador Max. And it's just like all the plastic cracks are just sopping wet when you're using the steam cleaner. But yeah, I wish I wouldn't mind having a smaller steam cleaner as well too, something that I could just, it's kind of light duty and just have running. When my steam cleaner is so big, when you turn it on and use it, you're committed to using that thing. So it's such a big hose and attachment to be packing around. You don't really just toss that thing to the side and forget about it. It's significant. So I've had pretty good results with just using this Tornador Max here. It's very rare that I actually need to turn on that steam cleaner. As I said, 1 in 10 vehicles, and I do really dirty vehicles. The only time I turn it on is for dealing with corn syrup, something that can't be cleaned away very easily when it's cold, but it gets cleaned away very easily when it's hot. That's the perfect thing to use the steam cleaner, because it's quite hot. Tornador Max obviously doesn't make any water, heat. It's just cold water coming out of a bottle. And that Tornador Max you see me using in the videos is slightly modified. When you buy one brand new, it comes with a bottle attached to it. I think it's a 1 liter container, and you essentially put chemicals, cleaning products in there, and you use it that way. But I don't do that. I just use straight water in mine, because if you see the spray that comes from that Tornador Max, it's super aerosolized. So if you're putting chemicals in this Tornador Max and you're spraying them around, you're super aerosolizing chemicals into the air. And I don't want to make it too nerdy or too scientific or anything, but I'm just basically trying to say politely that those chemicals that are aerosolized in that Tornador Max will choke you out so bad. You cannot be breathing those without a mask. And even with a mask, it's pretty questionable to be breathing in a quality 3M paint respirator chemical type of mask. It's pretty questionable just to be breathing in air that is soaked with, aerosolized chem. So I just put water in there, so, I don't even need to wear a mask. Well, I am spraying a little bit of chem on my brush. I try not to spray it into the air anymore, so I'm not breathing particles in, because you will feel that. You will feel that S for sure. But anyway, back to the water in the Tornador Max and customized. Yeah, so what I did with my Tornador Max there was I removed the bottle, because the bottle, it's kind of, for how much I'm using it, I don't want to sound like a little wimp or a little bee here, but it's just lighter, it's more nimble, and even though it has another host attached to it, it really is more nimble and easier to use, and you don't have to worry about lifting or holding up that bottle that could be, containing a liter of water. It's just, and maneuvering it around delicate areas of the vehicle, it's just a little bit too much weight to be actually doing that. So the best way to use this tool, in my opinion, is just to remove that bottle under there and then just stick a hose to the tube, and then you can just have that tube and bottle anywhere you want outside the vehicle. I just put mine under the front bumper, and then I can just go all the way around the vehicle, since the hose is long, and now I'm not carrying around, a liter of chems or water all the time when I'm using. And you can get into tighter areas too when you do that. And since I've done that, I have not looked back. I've been really happy with it, and I've also been really happy with just putting straight water in the Tornador Max. I'm super happy with that. You don't need to be using tons of chemical and spraying all kinds of crazy chemical into the air. If you can clean stuff with water and just a little bit of cleaning product, then that's great, and get really good results. Definitely love that Tornador Max, though. I would say it's better. It's better than a steam cleaner for every single detail. If you had to use one or the other on every single detail, that's kind of hard to say, actually. No, I'm not. I take that back. I'm not going to make that comparison, because you'll run into a detail where you can't get it done without a steam cleaner. But it's definitely, I prefer this Tornador Max style of cleaning than using a steam cleaner. And I don't think that steam cleaners sterilize all car surfaces. Obviously it does here and there, but it's going to be patchy work. If you did like some kind of scientific testing and seeing if it was actually sanitized with the steam cleaner, I think you're going to find out that the steam cleaner doesn't really sanitize as well as you think it does, unless you really let it sit on a small area for a long time and let it cook in there. But you don't want to do that and damage anything. Kind of getting a little off topic here. Let's hone it back in. Let's get back to the detail. So I'm using the Scrub Ninja here. I love these Scrub Ninjas. They're awesome. And they really do change the game, for sure. So before I was using the Scrub Ninja, I'm not even sure what I was doing. I think I was just using a detail brush and just using a microfiber, but that Scrub Ninja is definitely a big level up from just using a microfiber wipe down. And it's almost like it's abrasive, but it's definitely not abrasive like a magic eraser, and the Scrub Ninja really works out. It's definitely something that I think I'll always see myself using a Scrub Ninja or a product that has, that similar texture. It really lifts up a lot of the cooked in dirt and grime. It's going to basically do as good of a job before you want to use something abrasive like a magic eraser or pull out the steam cleaner. The Scrub Ninja's got you handled. It really cleans surfaces super well. I don't know how it does it, but it does. Obviously with the texture of the material there, and they last a long time also. I haven't used very many, and I've done a lot of details. That sounds kind of gross, but I do make sure to wash and sterilize them in between each customer's vehicle. But yeah, I haven't used very many. I don't know how many details I've done. I probably haven't done 200 in the last year. It's not like I've been detailing a very long time, but it's around there. It's between 100 and 200 vehicles that I've done so far. And that number is only going to go up crazy, actually, because I just got a call. I'll tell you about this call in a second, but back to the Scrub Ninja. So I've done like 200 vehicles, let's say 150. And I've been using the Scrub Ninja for quite a long time, pretty early on. And it's kind of embarrassing to say, but I've only ever used 3, and I still have the original 3 Scrub Ninjas from the 150 vehicles I've done. And the one you see that I'm using in the video, I just finally broke open my newest Scrub Ninja, and I got the other 2 sitting there that have just been like used and abused, and they're cooked. They're kind of the material on them is getting a little worn out. But you can really use these things for a long time as long as you're careful with these Scrub Ninjas. I will say that you got to be careful using the Scrub Ninja with steam. If you use the best side of the Scrub Ninja that is quite agitating is it's kind of plastic fibers. The black side, that side right there, it's like plastic fibers, and it has a nice feel to it. It feels very cleansing and pokey and soft at the same time. But if you point your steam cleaner at that plastic area, your steam cleaner will over time melt that plastic, I believe. And if you wash these Scrub Ninjas with too hot of water, that plastic will kind of fold over and just get worn out and not work as good. But I still have those. Out of the 3 that I've bought in my entire detailing career, I'm still using all 3. The other 2 are just right there on that detailing cart. And they still do a phenomenal job. They don't look as good, they don't feel as good, but even those old, worn out ones still work pretty good. And like I said, that sounds absolutely disgusting and kind of embarrassing to say, but I do put a lot of effort into cleaning them thoroughly between customers' cars and sterilizing them. And sometimes I even clean them. I try to go from one sponge to Scrub Ninja to the next Scrub Ninja to the next, so I don't have to rinse them out in between details. I'm not always that perfect. Sometimes it gets a little bit mixed up, but I try to have that kind of quality and ethics. But But I do also rinse them out in between vehicles, because some vehicles are so dirty they just clean one area and the thing just looks like brown water is inside this Scrub Ninja. So I try to stay on top of it. Definitely in between customers, absolutely. I sterilize them for sure. With that hypochlorous acid solution, I soak them in that hypochlorous acid and let them sanitize. And that's basically like throwing them into bleach. I rinse them out thoroughly in between customers, and then also in between customers I will let them soak in a straight hypochlorous acid solution, 200 parts per million chlorine, so that should sanitize it. As long as they sit in that hypochlorous acid for, a few seconds or however long it takes. But yeah, Scrub Ninjas all the way. They're awesome. I'd like to get the bigger Scrub Ninja for cleaning leather, because I feel like I'm a little bit slow on cleaning leather because I'm cleaning with such a small brush, the Scrub Ninja. And there's a Scrub Ninja mitt, I believe, and it basically it's for cleaning leather seats, and it should help you out a lot faster. And I definitely need to get that. It's on the list of things that I need to get. And right here you can see me. I'm using a brush and 3D orange degreaser on. It looks like some kind of sticky stain. It might be some kind of dried food or maybe a paint stain, but that's something normally, if you had your steam cleaner up and going, you just grab your steam cleaner and hit that quick and you take care of that. But since there aren't a whole lot of spots like that on this detail, I'm not going to have my steam cleaner out and ready to go. But instead, it takes a little bit longer, it takes a little bit more effort, but you're breaking out one less tool. I just have that 3D orange degreaser there and a hand brush on the cart, and I think whatever it was, I just got it with that quickly. And that's what I usually do now, instead of using the steam cleaner unless I absolutely have to. And yeah, as I was saying, this is a valued client. I like to go the extra mile for this client where I could, and I spent all day on this, and they didn't care about the price, and I got to bill them for what I wanted, a little bit extra, and they also tipped huge on this, I might add. They tipped me like $170 or something, so it was a super high value client that really appreciates the quality of work that I do on their vehicles. Whenever I see leather seats like that are perforated and they have gunk in there, I just take my poker, a poking tool, and I just poke the dirt out of there. I either scoop it out or push it straight back into the seat and swirl it around just so it looks clean again. And yeah, that's another reason why this detail took so long, is because I'm just really being particular about all the little nooks and crannies like that, and just trying to make this work come out as best as I can. Since this client is so great, they have a lot of vehicles, they want to pay me more than I'm charging, and they want a tip on top. So you can't give sloppy work back to customers like that. You always go above and beyond. They want to pay you more and tip you. You got to go above and beyond for customers like this. So I basically worked on this vehicle all day. I don't know how many hours I spent on it, but also filming at the same time, which takes a little bit of time. So I will just say I spent about 8 to 10 hours on this vehicle. With filming. And that does make me a lot slower. Even if it's still GoPro, I'm thinking about it's messing around. But yeah. Anyway, okay, let's get back to this detail. I wonder what's going on here. Oh, cleaning out the driver's side here. So yeah, the driver's side, I always hit the driver's side first, because when I'm doing I have a process and a starting process for every step, essentially. So when I start doing the plastics after I've done the shampoo, and then what's next? So then I do the plastics, and then I always start in the driver's side, because for me, I like doing the hardest and most complicated things first, and then after I've achieved that, then it feels like it's all downhill. That's just how I like to do things. I don't really like saving the hardest part for last. I don't mind it. I'm not going to complain, but I just don't really know, if that is the ideal. That's not what I like. But the driver's area is the hardest and most complicated. It has the most stuff going on. It has to look the best. That's where the driver or the owner usually sits. So you always try your best in that area. And then if anywhere you can slack it, it's anywhere but the driver's area. Not that I slack, but sometimes accidents happen. You know, strive for perfection, but I'm not always perfect. Wayne from Hunter's Mobile Detail. That's a great saying. That's a great saying. I haven't used that too much on customers, but that's a really good one. It's kind of funny. Basically says you're doing good work, but you know, you do mess up sometimes. Hey, don't blame me if I mess up. I try to be perfect, but I'm just a human. So yeah, this driver's seat area, it does take the longest, and then after that I feel like it's all kind of downhill. So I spend a lot of time cleaning the plastics in this area. It's super complicated. And then after that, it kind of feels like I just move around the entire vehicle, you know, fairly quickly, you know. Hopefully it's not too dirty. Sometimes some SUVs are pretty dirty in the back too, and that can take a while to clean the plastic on a larger SUV in the back, which that also is kind of something. But the driver's area is super complicated, and I really like to get it out of the way. And it's also maybe somewhat psychological for me when I'm here, because I kind of know when I'm at this point in the detail, after the driver's side is done, then it's all super downhill. It's basically over. All I got to do is go around the rest of the vehicle and then do the glass and then do a quick vacuum, and then it's done. And also do a plastic dressing with the paint sprayer. Unless, you know, a customer specifically says they don't want plastic dressing, pretty rare, I always do it because it makes the end result look so much better. And I don't make it too shiny, I just go satin, I don't go too heavy, but you can kind of tell, and it really does help out the overall look of a detail, especially if a vehicle has a lot of scuffs on the plastics. That plastic dressing can kind of hide the scuffs a little bit, so it makes your work look a little bit better. And then sometimes customers' vehicles will have plastic dressing on, and then you do a very thorough deep clean, such as one of these with degreaser, and you basically strip all that plastic dressing off, and then the vehicle, it looks a lot cleaner, and it is a lot cleaner, and it's a lot nicer. But since you remove the plastic dressing that was already on there, it kind of looks worse in some ways. So I always try to put that plastic dressing on there with the premium, with my higher level interior detailing, my one package. Unless the customer specifically asks not to, and I think out of the 150 customers, I've only ever had like 2 people say that they didn't want to, and the other one was just recently where it was that minivan for the mom. Yeah. She didn't want plastic dressing, and she didn't want leather conditioner. I think maybe it's for the baby, or maybe she just wanted to, she knows a thing or two about detailing, and she just wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing a shine it up and a quick detail. Because that, the van for the mother, that customer, that client, they really wanted a good job, and they were very particular in what they asked for, and specific about cleaning certain areas as well, to do with their upcoming newborn, I assume, and just wanting quality work. But yeah, and they were talking to me about that detail for about 6 months and going back and forth and asking, and maybe she was also asking other people how they're doing their work, and I was explaining her. And then after 6 months, she finally decided to book that detail right before the newborn, and she picked me, I guess. So I went way overkill. I lost on that job for sure. If I care about every single hour that I put into every single client's vehicle, I lost on that job. Big deal. Big time. I charged a fair bit, but I still undercharged, and well, I charged medium price and for that van, and way over delivered. I think I spent 12 hours, 13 hours on that van. But I was also making a video, spending a lot of time doing that video, and yeah, but it was a van. It was a big dirty van, and I cleaned it quite thoroughly. So when I was at this stage in this detail, I definitely remember being super tired and just like drained of energy and not moving very fast. And I remember thinking about the video that I was making, and I was thinking, oh, I'm moving so slow, everybody's going to be able to tell I'm not really moving on this one. And yeah, I was tired and I was super hungry. I don't think I packed big enough of a lunch, and I was just tired from doing 1 to 2 details every single day of the week. That doesn't really sound like a lot, but I spend a lot of time on each detail, so that's like detailing all day, every day, with like not even really taking real lunch breaks. I don't really care about taking real lunch breaks. I just fuel up and then get straight back to it, pipeline style. And pretty interesting story. So this may sound bad, but I really like the pipeline. But I just wanted to let you guys know that it is hard work and it's kind of hard out there. So my first 6 months of being a pipeliner, I didn't get one single coffee or one single lunch break. Now I know that sounds like it's against the law, blah blah blah, whatever. But you can say. But the thing is with the pipeline is they pay you through your lunch breaks as well. The companies that I've worked for, so that's arguable. But anyway, my first 6 months, I never got one single coffee. Actually, no, that's a lie. In my first 6 months, I only ever got 5 lunch breaks. And it was kind of rare. Every month they would have a barbecue or something. So a tailgate barbecue. And that was the only time I ever got a real lunch break. And it's not everyone there. It was just me in the position that I had. It was the type of position where you had to work non-stop, and you couldn't stop. So yeah, I don't mind. It was pretty hardcore, but I got used to it. And yeah, that's just the way I roll, and I don't mind it, especially you're getting paid through your lunch breaks and your coffee breaks. So yeah, just find a way around it. And the way around it on the pipeline there is, if you're working hard on the pipeline and you're not taking lunch breaks or coffee breaks, you just put a sandwich in your pocket and 1 or 2 granola bars, and you just take a bite when you can while you're working. And then that's just how you work hardcore. And that's how I want to, treat my detailing business. I want to work 6 days a week, and I want to work 12 hours a day nonstop, and just have that same type of work mentality. Obviously, as time goes on and I get a bit older and the business grows, slow down a little bit. But starting out, that's how I want to start it out, just really hardcore. And if I ever do get the opportunity to grow this detailing business into a multi-person company, which I would love and desperately need it to be, so I can handle more customers, I definitely would have that same kind of schedule. The company would be running 12 hours, and I would be paying the employees 12s for sure. That's the way to go. Just got to make sure you can figure it out with the pricing and profitability and all that. But that really helps out employees, and it helped me save up enough money to start this type of business. It was working on the pipeline for years, saving money, buying lots of toys at the same time. You're a pipeliner, you're making lots of money. You're probably going to spend your first year buying toys, and then you can save after you got all your toys under your belt. But yeah, that's how I was able to start this business and buy all the nice tools that I have, because I worked on the pipeline and worked every single day for 3.5 years, doing 12s and 16 hours a day shifts. I wouldn't say every day, every single day. 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. Definitely a few times. But you get Christmas off. But you get 3 or 4 weeks off for Christmas, so it's pretty solid. You're just hardcore working, stacking up money on the pipeline, 6 to 7 days a week, and then you get 3 to 4 weeks off on Christmas. Yeah, pretty nice. I have some toys, and I enjoyed that work, pretty proud of it, and I did a lot, I would say. And I got to be a part of Canada's largest pipeline construction project in history. It's the biggest pipeline. I helped build the biggest pipeline in Canadian history for 4 years. 3.5 years as a welder's helper, and about maybe 6 months as a laborer on the cleanup side. So yeah, it's quite a wild ride. All my pipeline bosses and friends want me to come back. It's pretty hard to say no. But as for right now, as long as I can make this detailing business work, I'm just going to stick with this detailing so that I can, make the same amount of money or more money in town, not traveling around and being in the bush, even though that's pretty sweet. But it does get a little bit old if you're, away from home for years at a time. The road is home. But with that type of work, that pipeline stuff, you meet a lot of people, and you make a lot of bros, and you work side by side with a lot of guys all day long. It's pretty cool. Yeah, got a lot of new friends from that job. So yeah. Anyway, I'll get back to this detailing stuff here. Just thought I'd tell you guys a little bit of history on how I'm starting my detailing business and what I used to do before detailing. So yeah, that's a great way to start a business, is you go work the oil and gas industry for a few years, you stack away a bunch of cash, and then you got some money saved up so that you can start a business, because starting a business is expensive, and it's probably realistically going to take any business, a business can make a lot of money right away. I'm not going to say it's not, but realistically, most businesses take a while to grow. They start out slow and then they snowball, as long as you're doing the right things, you're managing and you're selling, you're making profit and all that. But that's how I did it. That's how I was able to buy all the fancy tools that I have and have some money as well for the shop, and good credit to be able to get into a shop easily, is that I worked on the pipeline and made a bunch of money there. And pretty awesome pay, I must add. Pretty awesome. But it's absolutely brutal work. It's not only brutal labor, it's mentally brutal as well, because there's a lot of rough, hardcore people on those types of jobs, and you got to have some pretty thick skin to work out there on the pipeline or whatever. There are a lot more nicer people than there are mean, aggressive people there, but they're paying you good money and they expect you to work really hard, so you absolutely have to. And I had that mentality the whole time there. I worked super hard there, and they liked me, and I'm pretty sure they want me back. But yeah, I said not right now, which is kind of a big no-no in the pipeline world. You all say yes to a job. But anyway, moving on. So as I was saying earlier, the Scrub Ninja on these leather seats, it's a little bit small. And it's kind of, when you're doing these large areas, it's kind of too small of a tool to be holding on to and moving really fast. So I'd like to get a Scrub Ninja mitt. And it's definitely on my list of things to get, but I have more important things to get before I get the Scrub Ninja mitt. But yeah. Oscar from Detail Groove, that guy, he said to get that Scrub Ninja mitt. I don't even know if it's a Scrub Ninja mitt. It's just a really large mitt that looks like the Scrub Ninja, and it's good for cleaning leather seats. Just it's larger cleaning surface area, and you can just go over these large, flat, mostly smooth areas super fast. So yeah, maybe I should just get that right away. But there are some things that I want to buy that the business needs for me to buy before I get that. I want more polishing pads as well, because I really want to get into polishing paint. It's just I like the interior details, and obviously for making YouTube videos, interior details are awesome, but they're kind of hit and miss, these interior details. It seems like the perceived value of car cleaning is kind of low. It really depends on the person, but certain services are just, you can charge more per hour basically, and a lot more people are gonna say yes to those services because for pricier services per hour, because of the perceived value. And the interior detailing is kind of low because a lot of people, I'm not sure if they're trained for the car wash vibes, but not everyone is really educated on detailing. It's pretty rare that people actually understand what detailing is and why it's so expensive. So that's the reason why I want to polish paint, and I really like polishing paint as well. I like making a vehicle that looks dull and scratched up. I like seeing that transformation to, you know, super high gloss and perfect paint. So yeah, I'm always trying to push for more polishes, and it's slowly happening, but it takes time. I think. Car cleaning, it's a little bit easier. Interior car cleaning, it's a little bit easier to start up and get going, but I think breaking out into paint polishing takes a little bit of time because people need to see that social proof a little bit more before they trust you with polishing their paint. That type of client anyway, from what I noticed, because some people don't want to spend any money on the exterior, and the people who understand what polishing paint is and are willing to spend the money to get that done, they want to make sure, I think, I can't really say for sure because I don't really know, but to me it feels like they want to make sure that they see that you won't mess up their paint. And I'm slowly building my collection of before and afters with polishing, and building up my polishing ads slowly. I don't really have very good solid polishing ads. I should target that because I would like to do more paint polishing. I just find it super satisfying. And I really like the polisher tools because I hate to go back to it, but on the pipeline I was a welder's helper, and as a welder's helper on the pipeline working on pipe, you basically grind on the pipe all day long with a grinder for the welder. And an angle grinder for grinding metal is basically the same thing as a polisher for polishing paint. It's the same tool that does the same action, the rotary polisher, even the dual action polisher. So I got really good at grinding pipe on the pipeline because that's all I would do all day long, every day for 12 hours a day. Like, I got pretty buff, and you got to go fast too. They expect you to work extremely hard, and running a grinder on a big metal pipe, grinding out the welds all day long, it's a pretty big arm exercise, and that job will definitely test what kind of person you are, because there were a lot of helpers there. It's not like I was the only one. This was a massive job with lots of people. And there were a lot of helpers there, and we all get together and talk. And I seen some helpers, and I've seen a lot of helpers quit too, because it's just too hard. But I've seen some helpers there, some pretty big, grown-ass, tough-looking men just talking about the work, thinking that they're not sure if they have it in them to keep going for any longer, because it's just so physically demanding grinding on the pipe. And that's funny to say, but it's interesting, and I'm glad that I was able to tough it out and make it through. Once you do your first 6 months, your body gets pretty strong, and then after that it's like child's play, sort of. But before that first 6 months, conditioning your body to those types of movements all day long, at those types of speeds, it'll test you. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. I can't even remember. Those leather seats in the car, they look pretty clean though. They weren't looking that clean before I cleaned them. Like, leather kind of always looks clean, but once it's actually clean, you can tell, ooh, that's clean leather. It shouldn't look too shiny. It should look dry. Shiny leather could be dirty leather, unless it's conditioned leather. If it's leather that hasn't been conditioned and it's just like a seat that hasn't been cleaned in 3 to 6 months and it's shiny, that's some dirty leather. This escape here was annoying me. I didn't really look into it very much, but I don't know why that back door wasn't opening there every single time. I think it's because I kept unplugging the battery, but the tailgate wasn't opening every single time I pushed the button, or maybe I didn't push the button the right way, because I don't know, I don't own an escape. But it wasn't opening. I had to go run and use the remote every once in a while to the key starter to open up the actual tailgate there. And yeah, that's what I was doing. This back area on this car here, it wasn't... Oh, I was talking about something. It's going to bother me. Oh, polishing paint. Yeah, I really enjoyed using the angle grinder, grinding pipe on the pipeline. So now that kind of translates into polishing paint, and I got so good at grinding on the pipe. Now I just want to also move into that sort of motion and skill to polishing paint, because it's fairly similar. And grinding on the pipe as a helper, it's a serious job. It's not like a joke. These are massive natural gas pipelines that, it's a countrywide project, and when you touch the pipe, you have to be trained and specialized, and everything little bit that you touch the pipe is double checked by all these different other crews, and there's all this scrutiny so that there's no issues in the pipe, and you don't have an explosion and this dangerous natural gas polluting the ecosystem. So grinding on the pipe, you don't get to mess up as a helper. They'll fire you right away. If you make more than one mistake, you're done. And the pipe is scanned with all kinds of devices to detect any kind of mistake in the weld or in the grinding of the pipe. So yeah, I got really good at grinding on the pipe, super high, tolerances. Every time I grinded on the pipe, it was x-rayed or ultrasound scanned, and I never had any issues. And I got really good at it too. One of the second fast grinder on the entire job. My partner was the fastest. That guy was so fast. He was super competitive too, so I had to be competitive, or else it just makes you look bad to everyone else if your partner is moving super quick. And I found it fun. I wasn't too upset about it, like us having to work too hard or anything like that. I found it fun. It made the day go by faster, just being super competitive, and it made the bosses happy. So they liked us and they kept us around for the entire project, working super hard. But yeah, my partner, helper, and the welders and the helpers, they work in partners, in pairs. So once you're paired up with a welder, your welder's paired up with a welder, and the helper is paired up with another helper, that you guys are basically working together for, years at a time, or until the end of the job. We did switch partners a couple of times, but you are going to work with the same 2 people or 4 people for a year or 2 years straight, every day, all day in and day out. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Me and that guy, we were super competitive with each other. He was some kind of soccer player, so he had that in his nature, that he was like, I'm not going to say a professional soccer player, but some kind of soccer player. And he liked being fast, so the 2 of us, we ended up being like the best grinders on the entire project, super fast. And if the helpers can grind the pipe out that much faster, then the welders can weld the pipe that much faster, and the whole overall project goes by so much faster if you're just super perfect with that all day long. And that was really fun. And it's nice to say that me and the partner there, we were some of the best helper grinders on that project, where speed and accuracy is everything, and not making a mistake on this massive pipe. I'd like to show you guys some pictures. It's probably not the channel to be doing that, but it would be cool to show you guys some of the stuff that I did. It was a massive pipe that was extremely long, thousands of kilometers long, huge pipe, 36-inch pipe, and sometimes it was all the way up to 60-inch, the casing. But anyway, this is getting way too technical. I'll get back to talking to detailing. I just really like pipelining, and it was a big part of my life for a while, and yeah, good times. And I highly recommend it to anybody who's looking for a good job. Try pipelining. It's hard work, but they pay you. They pay you for sure. So anyway, getting back to this detailing here. This trunk area, it cleaned up pretty good. I was getting pretty tired, and I didn't really want to spend a whole lot of time, so I'm pretty happy that it did clean up pretty well. And it was a fairly simple trunk. Sometimes the trunks can actually be kind of complicated and have lots of doodads in there and crevices. This one was, nice, and I'm thankful of that. It helped out. It sped up the cleaning quite a bit. And as tired as I was able to get through the detail by the end of the day. And I wasn't, I didn't have to save it for the next day or anything like that. But I did, when I was washing this vehicle, since I had the battery unplugged, I couldn't raise the tailgate because it's an electric tailgate. And yeah, all these vehicles now, they're electric, and you can't do anything manual anymore. Unless you can lift this tailgate. But I didn't really look into it. I tried it a couple times and I couldn't get it, and I just didn't want to mess with it or learn how to open it with the battery unplugged. So I didn't actually get to clean the trunk door jamb here with the pressure washer, and I ended up doing with the Tornador Max, and it's not ideal. It's slower and it doesn't come out as good because I don't have the water volume or pressure to actually blast out these trunks door jambs. And trunk door jambs are actually kind of dirty. They get quite dirty and just caked kind of with grease. I notice for some reason I always find them slightly difficult to clean, especially the rubber grommet seal that seals it. That really gets stained bad on trunks. But yeah, here you can see I went through and cleaned it with the Tornador Max, and it was super dirty. It was like mud in there, and it's not ideal at this stage of the detail to be dealing with mud. Get the muddiest stuff out. That's my idea, is get that muddiest stuff out in the beginning in the car wash, but I just couldn't open the trunk, so I had to suffer. I ended up suffering a bit on this one here on the end, but it was kind of fine. It just meant that I had to go over it 2 or 3 times with the Tornador Max, and that's why I really like this tool. It's pretty versatile. You're just cleaning stuff with water, and it turns out water does a really excellent job at cleaning things. And yeah, these areas they can be kind of tricky and not come out so great sometimes. I don't really even know how good this one came out. Usually they come out fairly good for me. But on this one, out of the last quite few details, this one probably, honestly, it came out the worst because I didn't get to use the pressure washer. But it still probably was fairly shiny and fairly super clean in most areas. But probably the nooks and the cracks and crevices on this one, it was probably my worst one in a few, since I couldn't get in there with the pressure washer early on in the early stage of the detail. But yeah. And I can tell from watching the footage right now myself, I'm just moving so slow. I'm zonked right out. Just stumbling around. Basically almost going catabolic. I'm super hungry at this point. And getting exhausted from working on an empty stomach for so long. Yeah. I'm just trying to think of something to say here. What can I even say? It looks like I'm just pooched. I'm out of energy. It's kind of moving a little bit slower. It looks a little bit boring to me to watch. And I just got to talk about interesting things to, keep the video going. Yeah, and I can't even think of something. I guess this trunk areas are kind of, some parts of detailing are just boring. There's no two ways around it. I wish I could show, in this video I basically showed you guys everything, but some things are just not very sexy. And you get a lot of the not very sexy stuff in my videos, because I haven't really figured out how to make super appealing and very interesting videos, but I'm working on it. I'm going to try and get there. I want to make videos that people enjoy watching, so I'm always testing things out, trying, and I'm not a very great video editor, but I'll get there. So this customer, the actual customer, it's a company, so the owner, they came and see me and picked this vehicle up, and they dropped their employee off to pick up this vehicle, but we were chit-chatting and having a good time and kind of giggling about stuff, and I think the person that drove this vehicle found this vehicle was really disgusting. They thought this vehicle was really dirty, and they were so happy to be having it cleaned by me because they were getting tired of driving around in this dirty vehicle because, it's a company vehicle and they didn't make the mess. And now it's their vehicle to drive around in. So I think that was a little bit bothering them, but they were giggling about some stuff, and they asked me what was the dirtiest vehicle I ever did. And I told them, and it's actually a video on this channel, and it was that Chevy Trax. That was the dirtiest vehicle I ever did. I did another vehicle that was just as dirty, but it was a different kind of dirt. So it was more, a half an inch layer of corn syrup, spilt pop on a whole bunch of surfaces. That was another one of the dirtiest vehicles I ever did. But that Chevy Trax that I did not too long ago, that thing was the most dirty, disgusting vehicle I ever did, because the owner, he kind of slid one on me there, and I don't know what was going on. I don't want to talk trash, but I'm going to talk a little bit of trash right now in the most politest Canadian way that I could possibly talk trash. So everybody sees things differently, and what's clean to one person may not be clean to another person, and I clean vehicles to a really high level. So I think, what's clean to me is way beyond what's clean to most people. So then that Chevy Trax owner, they brought that vehicle to me, and they told me over the phone, I honestly don't think they were trying to trick me into getting a cheaper price or something, but they told me it's not that bad, it just has a little bit of dog hair and this and that, and it was horrible. The dog hair, I've seen really bad, just as bad dog hair, if not worse, but the dog hair was horrible in that vehicle. And, it's just kind of dirty and greasy all over. But the thing that put that one over the edge was the owner said that their dog vomited all over the entire backseat area. And I asked them where, and they said they thought it mostly was in this one area, but they said, honestly, it was all over. But they dropped that on me last minute. They dropped the vehicle off, I kind of took a look at it, we were talking about stuff, and as they were leaving, they were like, oh, and by the way, the dog vomited here. And I'm like, great. Okay, you just tell me this now? There's dog vomit all over the back of this vehicle? I should charge a lot more than I did for it because of that. That's, most detailers would be like, oh, that's an automatic extra $200 right there. And it should have been, rightfully so, to properly clean dog vomit and to put up with that kind of grossness and that odor. It was really gross. It smelled disgusting. It smelled gross in my shop. I wanted that vehicle out of my shop as soon as possible. And I couldn't open the bay either because it was quite cold outside. I think it was -10 Celsius all day outside, so too cold to have the shop bay open all day and do detailing work. So it kind of smelled pretty bad in there. I kept opening the shop door to get some fresh air, and I just really wanted that vehicle out of my shop as soon as possible. But yeah, so I told the owner and employee and driver of this vehicle that was the dirtiest vehicle I ever did. And I'm not so sure that person was trying to trick me and get a cheap price by downplaying how dirty it was. I think that they thought it was clean to what they think clean is, because they said something to me that stuck with me, and it kind of opened my eyes to how and what types of things you should say to your clients. But when I was done and they were picking the vehicle up and they seen the results, they were super happy, they were pumped, this is amazing, I didn't even recognize the vehicle, all that kind of stuff. They were really happy with the end result. But I was not trying to be rude to them, but I was just trying to emphasize how much work I put into that vehicle right then and there for them. So I said, yeah, thanks, something, blah, blah, blah. this vehicle was the dirtiest vehicle I have ever done. And I wasn't trying to be rude by saying like, oh, you're gross. Like I was just trying to say like, I put a lot of effort into this, and I didn't upcharge you because you didn't tell me it had that vomit until the last second and until you were running away. And I was just like, all right, whatever, let's just get it done. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just going to make a YouTube video, take my time and all that. So I didn't get to make a YouTube video out of that, and that does mean something to me. So I did get paid in that sense. Not that I make any money on YouTube. And all your support and all the viewers' support of watching and subscribing and putting your time into the videos, it helps me out a lot. And I hope I can make videos that a lot more people enjoy watching and spend watching. But right now my YouTube channel, it's not making any money. It is monetized, but it's my YouTube channel is as small as it's going to get, and I don't really make that great of videos. Not great enough to entice a huge audience that watches these videos from start to finish, and then YouTube pays you, rightfully so. But that's why I did that vehicle anyway, because it was really gross and I didn't upcharge. But that should have been easily $1,000, and I think I only charged the person like $300 or something like that. It was stupid, way too cheap. That should have been like $1,000. That Chevy Trax, just with how gross that was, and the pet vomit, and putting the extra effort into getting the vomit smell out, and the extra shampooing it multiple times. That being said, it was a great opportunity to make a disaster detail video. I only wish that I could have made a better video that got out to a lot more people, and that a lot more people could have enjoyed watching. But I did make a video about that, so I did get paid in that sense, not in any kind of YouTube money or anything, but just out of me getting experience making a video and practicing editing. So I did kind of do that one for a little cheap, and I was okay with it for that reason. That dirtiest vehicle ever. And I really don't like certain types of dirt. I don't like cleaning. I don't like cleaning vomit or feces. Not that I've cleaned feces yet, but I probably have and not known about it. Obviously, people not saying things. Not that I got a vehicle and I found a turd in there, but I think I did. There were a couple vehicles that the owners, I don't think they were being totally upfront, or they just didn't know, but I think I cleaned a few vehicles that, some of the back seats smelled like cat urine, and I wasn't too happy about that, but it wasn't super bad at the same time. It was like maybe a cat peed in there like 4 years ago, and the smell pretty much dissipated, and it was forgotten about. It wasn't fresh cat urine. But yeah, that's basically the worst vehicle that I did, was dog vomit. And a lot of it. But the owner, they did clean up the actual raw vomit themselves, and it was just my job to sanitize and get the vomit fluids out of there, and the odors, and tackle that as well as I could. So I told the owner the owner of this vehicle, that story, and they were kind of like, oh, that's gross. But it wasn't the grossest thing ever. I've seen on YouTube here some crazy gross stuff these detailers are doing. And I don't even know if I'm prepared to go that far with this channel. These crazy gross details. Maybe. It'd really have to depend. I definitely, if it got any grosser than that, I would not be doing it inside the shop. The shop's for clean vehicles, or vehicles trying to get clean. Not for absolute disaster vehicles. Because you don't see it in the YouTube videos, but if you're a detailer with a shop and you know these sort of things, your shop gets contaminated with whatever gross stuff is in that vehicle, especially if it's a vomit smell. The shop smells gross until that vehicle is out of there, or the smell has been completely neutralized, and you don't want to be bringing that into your shop if you're working on nicer vehicles, ideally. But yeah, so the owners of this vehicle, they had a laugh. They did think that was pretty gross, but in the back of my head, seeing the stuff that I've seen on YouTube, I'm thinking, It can get a lot grosser than that. And something I would think was gross would maybe way too gross would probably be like, let's say a deceased possum in the back seat that is molding, and then the mold is growing up the sides of the vehicle, and the mold is all through the carpet floor. Oof, that would be so bad. I don't even know if I could do that. Or I would do that for the right price. I would just do it outside, and then tear that vehicle apart outside, and probably not even clean it with my normal tools, just pressure wash the thing as much as possible without wrecking the vehicle, of course, flooding it. But yeah, they had a good laugh about that. And I don't want to say a laugh, but it was just they were curious how gross of stuff, and it was kind of just a giggle and vomit, you okay, yeah, that's about it. I wasn't saying anything about that particular client. It definitely happens. I am a dog lover myself, and I owned a dog for 12 years. One of my best friends took him everywhere with me, and since I did take that dog everywhere with me, that car was a disaster quite often, and that particular dog did vomit in the vehicle. It just happens if you drive around a lot with your dog, and maybe he ate something on a walk or chewed on some kind of grass or stick. The dogs, they can vomit. So yeah, it's not really that funny, but it's not funny at the owner of the vehicle, but it is funny to look back and laugh and think about how gross some of the things are that I work on. But that's basically daily stuff for a detailer. It can happen. Just make sure you charge for it so you feel right about it. Upcharge for vomit. If the vomit's particularly bad, I would say that's just $200 right then and there on top of any type of service. And I would just stick by that and say that because most people don't want to be cleaning up vomit. So it's just a $200 upcharge right there for biohazard type of cleanup and contamination. And make sure you do, if you're going to be charging that too, you got to make sure you do a good job. So you clean it thoroughly, and you finish cleaning it with enzymes as well, so you break down the smell of vomit, and then you can justify doing quality work, and just blatantly upcharging $200 since it's vomit and nobody wants to deal with it. Like the owner, they could have dealt with it themselves. Anybody can clean their car, but most people don't want to. And then when it comes to vomit, I think they really don't want to. But it happens, and I got the tools to deal with it. That's why I wear gumboots, gloves, coveralls, eye protection, and a welding beanie on my head to protect my hair, and a 3M respirator, because I feel like everybody's vehicle is kind of dirty, and I don't want to be rubbing my skin up against anyone's personal dirt, and vice versa. After I've gotten the vehicle super clean, I don't want to be sweating and rubbing my sweat on someone else's property that they've spent a lot of money. That's why I wear the coveralls, and I do wear them throughout summer because I am used to hot work on the pipeline. As a welder's helper all summer, working on pipe, that's hot work, super hot. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I wear the coveralls, because I don't want to be touching people's dirty stuff, and I don't want my dirty sweat to be on people's clean stuff once it's clean. And also, it's a little bit of PPE as well. So when you're working with chemicals, and chemicals are splashing or they're being sprayed in the air, that it's just a lot less likely chance it's directly landing on my skin. So if you're ever wondering why I wear coveralls in every video, that's why I do it, because these chemicals, you don't want them on your skin, and also I don't want people's vehicles dirt on my skin, because sometimes you can get stuff like vomit. And if you're a guy that details in shorts and a t-shirt, and you get a vomit job and you accept it, you might rethink wearing that t-shirt and pair of shorts on a vomit job. Some people are hardcore, they don't care. I seen those I don't know how to say it, and I'm not casting any shade here because, they probably make more money than I do, but those poop sucker guys, they hydrovac septic tanks. Yeah, I don't know what the actual word is that, but it's just a poo truck. Those guys, some of those guys are hardcore. I see them, jumping right into septic tanks and stuff, and barehanding the poop tools. Okay, I got a good story. It's coming up. Yeah, some of those guys are hardcore. That's poop, and they're kind of touching it. And that's not something, I don't know how you do that, but I guess you're just okay with it. It's tough. You got a tough immune system. Can't deny that. So anyway, got a story about working on the pipeline. It's pretty funny. So when you're on a big government project, such as a massive pipeline that goes across the country, and it's a humongous pipe as well, it's not just a little tiny pipe, you have a lot of people working on this job. And I think, I don't know how many people were working on it, 100,000, 200,000 people in total. I'm just guessing here, but my job, they're divided, since the pipeline goes almost all the way across Canada. I'm not going to say all the way, but halfway across Canada. They do sections at a time so that all these sections can be built up at the exact same time, and they're not working from one end to the other. They work from basically a whole bunch of points, and then the project can get done in 4 to 8 years instead of 30 years if you just started at one end and worked from the other with one company. But anyway, so there's a lot of people when you're doing a pipeline job, lots of people. The job that I was on, I think at the very most, with every single employee and all not just the actual pipeline guys, because there's actual pipeline guys, but there's also, hydrovac guys, there's poop truck guys, medics, third-party companies. There's like 10,000 people on this job that I was working on for 4 years. Not always was there 10,000 people, but, at the height and the busiest time, there were that many people, and flaggers and all that kind of stuff. So there needs to be a lot of porta potties all over the place. And then there's people that clean the porta potties. On the pipeline, we call them I can't swear, but we call them Sers or S boxes, or the red room, because the porta potties we had were red, so we called them the red room, or the hot box. So there is a separate company that all they do is drive around and vacuum out the porta potties all day long every day. So the porta potties are fresh and clean, they're cleaned out. And you always be respectful of everyone in your workplace. You always wave and say hello, and be pleasant to all these people, no matter what their job is, even if it may be somebody that's cleaning out porta potties, whatever. It's a job, they do it, it's important. The people there, they need the porta potties. So, but this one porta potty guy, he was an absolute savage. Most of the porta potty guys that clean out the porta potties that I seen, they wear a big suit, they got maybe face shield protection from splashback, and they got big, long, heavy, thick duty gloves so that they're not touching any poop with their bare hands. But this one guy, I'll never forget it. I'm sorry to say, but it was just so funny. It was so funny. So this guy pulls up his poop truck and he starts, getting all his equipment ready, his poop hose, the sucking hose. And if you don't know, those the trucks that clean out porta potties, they smell really bad when they get turned on, because it's basically a vacuum, and it just it really puts out a lot of poo fragrance out into the air. So when those trucks turn on, you get out of there, you run away from them, you run upwind. You definitely don't want to be downwind of a guy cleaning a porta potty. But I'll remember this one guy, because everybody wears all this crazy PPE to the max and protects himself. This one guy, he didn't wear none of that PPE, and he was just barehanding all the tools that used to clean the poop. So basically you have this big long hose, and you stick it into the porta potty to clean the porta potty out. And it obviously at some point, some part of that tool has to go into the poo to clean it up. This is getting out of hand. I'm just running out of stuff to talk about, so I'm just giving you guys random stories here. But the one guy, he stuck the hose inside the porta potty, and when he pulled it out, he was grabbing the end of the hose as if it was nothing, with no gloves on, just barehanding the poop hose. And I thought it was crazy, the wildest thing I'd ever seen. And it's kind of funny to think about, but some people just don't care about stuff or see things differently than other people, and they're not afraid or squeamish to do dirty things. Like the guy who doesn't wear gloves and he's vacuuming out the porta potties and he's touching all the poo tools with his bare hands. So I'm not too sure what was up with that guy. He was an older looking fellow. I'm not sure if he just didn't give an F, or maybe, I don't know, there was something up with him, or he really or he really washes his hands very well after. But I wouldn't do that. And I didn't see anybody else just barehanding the poo tools. But yeah, I wear coveralls when I do a detail because I don't really care how dirty a vehicle is or what kind of dirt's in the vehicle. I just protect myself so that if I do come across any kind of dirt, then I'm protected and I can clean it, and I'm not very squeamish, and just get it over with and do it. But there are probably some detailers out there that would clean up, a heavy vomit detail with just like, a t-shirt or a tank top and some shorts. I wouldn't do that. I'd be wearing the coveralls for sure, because you're going to be rolling around in that vomit for a while until you've cleaned it 3 or 4 times, and then you can say, okay, it doesn't seem like there's any more vomit in this vehicle. But yeah, back to this detail. Just taking a quick peek at that seat there, I think I've cleaned it already. It looks pretty clean. I haven't been looking at myself actually do this detail because I've been ranting about these silly stories, coming up with stories here for 4 hours. But it's pretty good. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this video, and if you're still watching this at this point, that means you're an absolute G. You're a real one. I appreciate it. Thank you. And bless you for watching and sticking, or even just hearing me say this. That loud noise, that was the rafters. But anyway, I already forgot what I was talking about. Something about coveralls or the leather looking really clean. Yeah, I haven't been actually watching myself. I was really just thinking about this story because it's funny. It's funny because a guy is grabbing poo, but maybe to him he's just that hardcore. Like, he is unfazed by dirty stuff. He has a crazy strong immune system and all that, and he's not squeamish. Some people are just like that, and I think he was an older gentleman. Some older gentlemen, they're a bit more hardcore. They're a little bit more hard. Every generation seems to get a little bit softer and softer. I don't want to feel like I'm getting, soft like this newest or youngest generation, and I feel like I'm a hard-working, real man, even though I clean cars. But I've done hardcore work like pipelining and other kinds of hardcore stuff in my life. I've been there, done that, and I fix everything of mine. And I don't get anyone to do anything for me unless I really need to. I do my own plumbing and electrician work and all that. But yeah, these older guys, they're hardcore. If I think I'm hardcore, the guys older than me are even more hardcore. The poop work. And I'm a bit squeamish when it comes to poop and vomit. I'll cover up a little bit, but I'll hit it. I will hit it. But that being said, my dad, he's older than me. He's pretty hardcore. I've seen him do some stuff that I'd be squeamish of him. I've seen him do some work in a crawl space under a trailer. And when I looked under that trailer, and I seen what was going on in that trailer, under that the mobile homes crawl space. Sorry, just give you an idea. It was a complete solid block of Swiss cheese spider webs. There was no air underneath this trailer, and I see my dad crawl under there, go into the spider webs and fix something. I think he was fixing something for someone. It was like the pipe busted under the trailer. Because he has a trailer park, so he fixes, or helps his renters out, or whatever, however he has it. So yeah, someone at his trailer park there, one of their pipes busted, so I seen him, and I was a bit younger, maybe 17 or 18 at this time. And then I remember thinking my dad under that trailer, because there was no air under that trailer. It was solid spider web from one end to the other, as thick as spider web can get, completely dense. It looked like a sponge of spider web. And there were not only was it loaded with spider webs, there was lots of all kinds of big spiders crawling around in there. And he went in there and just crawled through it like it was nothing, and went to go fix that pipe. He was unfazed by the spiders and the spider webs. I'm not gonna say I'm scared of bugs or I'm scared of spiders, but I don't want to be crawling through that many spiders. That's just a little bit too much. Because apparently there's a couple poisonous spiders here in Canada, but they're not really that poisonous. A lot of people like to think that they'll kill you, but they really don't. I don't think there's any spider in the world that is venomous enough to kill a person. There are a couple if you're allergic to them, but yeah. But we do have black widows here in Canada and brown recluses, and I've been bit by a black widow, and it doesn't kill you as long as you're not allergic to the venom or whatever. They do have some kind of venom, but yeah, I got bit by a black widow, and it definitely made me feel bad. A fever, but that was about it. So yeah, these old timers, they're built different. There's no doubt about that. As hardcore as I like to think I am, and the things I've done, these old timers, they do some hardcore stuff. Never forget that day that I had crawled through those spider webs. That was crazy. Yeah, he had to build himself a tunnel. I also went under there myself eventually after he did, because I had to help him. But he cleared them all out, and then I went in there too. I wasn't too happy about it. Like I said, I'm not super scared of spiders, but I'm not stoked to do something like that. But I did go under there with him. He got the most of it and cleared out, and before I even went under there, I cleared it out with a broom, and then I think I put my hood up over my head and just went in there, and it was all fine. I was pretty much protected by long pants and a sweater and a hood, so it's not like I was getting bit or spiders were crawling on me that bad. But yeah, okay, so this detail is almost done. I better get back to talking to the details. I like using the Tornador Max right there to do the seat rail underneath the seat, the rail. It does a really good job at cleaning those out, because those are quite dirty, and sometimes those are hard to clean because you clean them with a brush, and then you come back with your microfiber and it's still a little wet down there, and it's still a little even dirty. Sometimes there's just too much built up dirt in there, but that Tornador Max, it really blasts out the dirt, cleans it, and it makes it look brand new. And then the dirt is flying around kind of down there, but when you're done at the end of a detail, you always kind of have to do a finishing vacuum, just like a quick vacuum on most vehicles, unless it's extremely clean.